Right, welcome everybody. As you can see, we've got a very stable base going. No threats at all at the walls. Before last time we managed to rectangle out the base. So we've now got a round square, where formerly we had the irregular shape. We have the single roboport network now. And yeah, we are it is rampant, so you just get continuous attacks thrown at you from all directions simultaneously, with all kinds of weird new biter factions which have access to a wider array of weapons than we do. But so far the walls are holding, mostly thanks to the new landmines trademark, fireproof landmines in vanilla, which detonate the nuclear biters. If that wasn't a thing, I don't think this would be possible, but that deters the nuclear biters. That means the most threatening faction right now is these guys, the Juggernaut biters, which are basically a slow melting molasses that just rolls into your base if you don't destroy it quick enough. They can only be damaged by laser turrets, that's why we have like a quadruple layer of laser turrets at the walls with relatively few of the other ones. We got the landmines against nukes, we've got the laser turrets against the juggernauts, and then we've got the flamethrowers and gun turrets against basically the rest, which can be damaged by a mixed assortment of stuff. We are kinda done with teching, but I guess for prestige points, I think we will just complete the tech tree. We might also consider upgrading some of those 4000 science spec technologies to get a little bit more damage on some of the weaponry, because the biters are not yet done evolving. We currently have mostly level 8s and 9s spawning. So if we just check let's check the juggernauts. The level 10 biters have 3000 hit points, but currently we got biters with 1000 or 2000 hit points spawning. So the average health pool of the biters is still going to double, so that is not good, because our damage is definitely not going to double anymore. So we might want to at least invest a little bit more in like the passive defense. Kind of have to calculate how expensive it's all gonna be, as we've got 2.3 million iron left, and then we got a new source up here for 3 million, so that's 5.3 million. We've got a lot more copper than we need. But yeah, iron and stone are the limiting factors in terms of base building at the moment. We've got about 800k stone left. But the late game limiting factor has got to be uranium ore. We have mined out already well over half of our patch over here. And while it did net us a lot of uranium, the shiny green rocks already, basically every stack transforms into like 3 nukes. 3.33 I guess. So even though it looks like a lot, this is like not even 200 nukes in a chest right there. So we'll need a lot more than we currently have. Week 3 of asking Mike to make a second spider now that he's done with technology. I don't really see the need just yet for a second spider. The base is not large enough yet to warrant me having to have a remote spider to operate things with. So we can fairly easily just walk to the other side. We can sustain a little bit of damage before we notice, so that's alright. The slow factor is me noticing something is wrong. Once we get into the real late game, I think we'll have way more than one extra spider. We're going to have a whole team of spiders with different tasks. Some with nukes, some with rockets, some with laser defenses, some with roboports to build stuff. There's going to be a whole army, because we will no longer be allowed to go personally within literally 20 chunks of the map edge, because that is how far terrain generates around the player. Just to visualize real quick, That is basically from the corner of the wall where the cursor is hovering out to the outer red line in the void right now. So just by standing out here, this terrain is already generated right now. Probably already even more. So yeah, this already exists. So we will need to use exclusively remotely controlled spiders to both clear up the biters and keep it clean and prevent them from getting back in there, as well as killing all of these regular biters which are running around. So, but that is going to be done probably in a final push. We have now stabilized the base a little bit. We built the rectangle. I don't know what the next step is going to be. I think we kind of have to decide on, do we settle down just for a little bit and get some more technology upgrades? Or do we just go for a new expansion as soon as possible? Since we got the terrain explored. We do need a new stone patch. And there is another one. And there is uranium. And I think there's even... If we just go in editor mode for a bit, and we'll go out to this side. I think there's some more iron. Yeah, this does not exist yet. As you can clearly see, the biters are just mutating in front of our eyes. So that is not generated yet. There are some water corners here. So we could potentially put the base on the water if we push far enough out. I think that's a pretty large expansion to make for the moment though. I did have one save game. Where I explored a lot of map. Let's take a look at it. All biters are gone. Alright, so yeah, we could capture this uranium patch, which would net us another 5 million iron. Basically doubling the iron we've got access to now. I'm a little bit worried about iron. There are some good sources down here, but for the rest we are not really expanding in that direction just yet at least. So, not really sure how that is gonna go. Let's first take a look at the other resource requirements for nukes, because we need 10 processing units per nuke, and we should be able to make like 6, 7, 8, about 8,000, 10,000 nukes. So let's say 12,000 nukes. That is 120,000 processing units if we want to make 12,000 nukes. Okay, just to get an idea of how much iron and copper that is. Let's go with 100k, because we'll have productivity on there. So we'll calculate for 100k. That is 2 million green chips, which is 2 million iron. And 3 million copper. And then these are another 4 green chips and more copper. Alright, so we are looking at a couple million iron. Just to make the blue chips for the nukes. That's actually not as bad as I thought it would be. I thought it would be more. So maybe it is enough then, if we claim this single extra iron source here. Should be enough to transform the entire uranium patches into nukes. The other requirement was explosives, right? Yeah, so that doesn't involve any iron at all. It's just uranium, then the copper and iron for the processing units, but explosives is just coal and sulfur and oil. And so I think we ultimately want to go for this base layout. We could We could make a blueprint off of that if I just deconstruct everything that is right here. I am in editor mode, right? Yeah, we are. So let's just deconstruct the entire base. Maybe take a little bit of time. And then all that will be in the blueprint are these 4 corners, presumably. And we snap that to a grid. We don't really care about what's actually in the blueprint. But if we put that in the library, like here, and we load our actual game, we should be able to see in the void where our base is supposed to go. So yeah, that's pretty far still. That looks like at least twice the distance on the south border we have now. So if we're gonna do this, we're gonna need to do this with, we're gonna need to clear this with atomic bombs, I think. I will not catch that stone patch up there. It's pretty poor in terms of other resources, what we have access to. Congrats to Dutch soccer team. I didn't even watch actually. Not even 200 nukes. Yeah, the thing is, I think we will need... I don't even know if 10,000 nukes is going to be enough. Because... let's just try. I think if I fire over here... Yeah, nukes are not strong enough. Look at the damage. We killed the one nest, I suppose. But these are barely damaged. And they're healing fast. They have like 300 damage, 300 or 400 damage on them. Yeah, we killed 2 nests with that one shot. So it looks like we will be needing at least 1 nuke per juggernaut base at least to get rid of him. If we want to play that game. How is it looking for nests like these? It's kind of the same. It didn't even one-shot the hive. What the heck? What the heck? Okay, this might not be gonna go as well as I thought it would. Did I kill anything at all with that shot? It looks like I killed a couple worms at least. But I didn't kill a single nest with that nuke. So yeah. I never thought I would say this, but the nukes are not powerful enough in late game Rampant. And this is only the standard scaling, right? I believe if you put the scaling to level 10, these can go up to like 200,000 hit points or something like that. It's crazy. Okay. Yeah, maybe that settles the direction that this stream is going to go into. So we might need more damage upgrades. It is noticeable that, or one thing to note, is that atomic bombs actually benefit from stronger explosives upgrade, whereas artillery shells don't benefit from anything. But atomic bombs do, so even though in the base game they just one-shot anything anyway, they are affected by the damage upgrades. So maybe we should get some more of them. We are already doing... Alright, now that I look at the stats, it's actually not that great. It does 1000 times 400 damage by default. So that's 400k damage. But I guess that's just the giant circle area of where it's all happening. Yeah, it looks like in a 35... that's how I'm interpreting it. In a 35 tile wide area, there's a distribution of 1000 points where 400 plus bonus damage is dealt or something like that. Alright, so how much damage is... Sorry, how much resources is science at this point? I'm just gonna quickly open a calculator here. Can we switch over to that? There we can. Okay. So in order to research infinite technologies, this is going to take a little bit of time to set up. I just want to get a feeling for roughly how many resources go into researching the new damage upgrades. Can ignore red and green signs, I suppose. Those are very cheap. But right now we are at 4k. It doesn't matter the per minute, we are just interested in how many, what it costs to do this. We'll set the default module to level 2 with Mark 2 assemblers, I suppose. That is probably a bit overestimating in some areas, underestimating in others, so probably that is about right. So looks like a single technology will cost us about 400,000 copper and 450,000 iron at this point. That is not nothing, that is a lot of resources. So 500,000 for basically 500,000 of each for a technology, and maybe a little bit less. But that's if we want 2 upgrades, that's gonna double again, of course. Okay. We don't... that means these... we will have to mine up a significant portion of the ore we've got now if we want to research damage upgrades. It would be good to have laser damage. It would be... I guess all of them would have their own benefits. I mean, fire damage is doing the most of it. Projectile damage is pretty good in upgrading the gun turrets because it's a large bonus and it stacks multiplicatively. And then this affects the nukes and the rockets from the spider. So that is gonna be in the neighborhood of, I guess, 1.5 million in copper if we get 1 level from each. Can we afford that? I think we can. So maybe we should go for that. Question is, should we go for that now or should we first expand? If we go for it now, it's gonna take a lot of time to, of course, to mine 1.5 million resources. We are doing 160k per hour, so we're looking at 10 hours of research then, I suppose. It could be a little bit higher. It does kinda line up there. So 10 hours. That is a long time. The biters will be evolving all the time. But the problem is, I guess the main driving force behind the biter evolution now is going to be spawner kills. If we push out, that's going to increase a lot. Let's load into the game. Hey Zinc5, thanks for the 20 months. Spreadsheetorio. Yeah, it's been a while since I loaded that in an actual stream. I don't think we can afford to expand at the moment because our lack of laser turrets. So I guess we are going to go the sciencey way then. And perhaps prepare an actual end game sized base. End game style base at least. And we'll hunker up in our rectangle over here for the time being. That means I probably should invest the time to properly defend the rectangle, since we're gonna not expand in the next 10 hours or so then, it seems. Kind of want to though, but yeah, we just don't have the real estate to defend it. Because we're gonna get at least twice the perimeter out of it. And we currently have got 5,000 laser turrets installed on the perimeter. So we need another 5,000. That is 2 chests full of laser turrets. So these things are going to have to keep on producing. We don't really have the steel income to produce that continuously. Alright, so if this is going to be a builder stream, I think we're going to disable the sounds of the biters breaking stuff. Because if we are not really attacking the biters a lot, everything should be fine unless a worm settles like right on the wall. So yeah, let's for this stream we will, I think we already lowered the alert sound, but we'll switch it off. I think I need to load the actual save. Okay, so let's begin then. First thing we do is switch off the stuff if anything gets destroyed. Alright. And I guess we'll also switch off the full screen flash from the nukes. We are gonna get a little bit our senses are a little bit numbed then, in terms of knowing what's going on with the base, but trust. We'll have to trust. Start of stream save. We have to trust that the defenses are going to be able to keep stuff under control there. Could you show us your wall design? It's basically a chunk-based system. It started out with just the gun turrets. I just made stages of this. In the beginning, just a handful of gun turrets, then more, then fit in the flamethrowers. And late game, the laser turrets come in, first between here, then later at the wall. And now we've got a ridiculous amount of them, including a lot of raiders to get updates and a roboport. And a belt which has a tank going around it to repair the turrets and the walls, because the main roboport network does not have access to walls. And then the last addition, we've got the 2 rail pieces up front. You can pause here if you want to see the alignment of things, I suppose. Then you can copy it if you wish so. Yeah, that's the wall design. And then the corners are the same, except worse. They are rounded off by necessity. It would be better to more gradually round that, but I like the chunk aligned status of this. Alright. This was supposed to go into our first 1000 nukes. We only need 2, as long as we have these coins and we can manually run around. I should not be spending actual nukes even if we can make him right now, because we'll need to save all of them for the end game. So we're gonna be using one of the 15 coins we've got right now in order to have infinite nukes in our personal rocket launcher. Because we cannot do that for the spider. The spider will need actual nukes. It will need to spend the nukes to fire. So it's gonna get expensive real quick there. Alright, I did make some notes at the end of last stream. We did not set up the repair tanks properly just yet. But also our network could use a bit more roboports like intermediate to recharge the bots. Because they are running out of energy now, obviously. And they are taking a while to cross the distances. I think we're gonna do those two things first. And we can also automate the replacement of bots and the replacements of repair packs in the tanks. I think getting those systems in place would be very good to have. So let's work on that. I don't think I'm gonna be clearing up my inventory, but we do need... We are producing explosives continuously. So let's just add... We'll keep everything unfiltered for now. We don't really care. I'm just gonna throw some stuff in there, which is currently cluttering up my inventory. So, do I want to keep the beacons and the modules? Maybe we do. We'll put the gun turrets, we'll put the turrets back in the actual chests, but yeah, we'll have to fix that as well. I think, I mean, we have been, we didn't have time to set up anything properly for all game. That is the issue here. But I think we will invest the time to do that now that we're no longer under such crazy pressure. Alright. So we'll do this then. In order to produce the 5,000 flamethrowers we need. 2 chests seems appropriate. Alright, and the first thing we want to set up is repair tanks. I think we currently have got 2 on the belt, but they're not very well spaced out. See if we can find them. Yeah, one is over here. And the other one is either just in front or just behind. Yes, just behind. And it has a bunch of random things. Alright, so we need a lot of repair packs. And we got 2 more tanks. I also have the solar panels to deal with those. So we'll go set up the 4 tanks in roughly the 4 corners of the base then, I suppose. Space them out approximately evenly. Oh, the other tank was behind, alright. So, tank 1. It doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to be workable. We did lose a bunch of bots here. We're gonna go with like 900 packs. Shoot, the problem is if I block all the... Can we just request? I think we can request replacement repair packs. I thought I would have to do something like this, basically. This should work. Yeah, right, so that does work. The repair packs will get replenished if the tank happens to come by. I thought I would have to do a lot of chests like that to get stuff in there, but look, we might just be able to request the appropriate amount and just call it good. That's too bad. I was kind of looking forward to having another system of absolute jank like that. But sure. I suppose we can request 50 construction bots. Exactly. And we can do less repair packs then, if the bots are going to be resupplying it. Maybe we should do the chest thing anyway. Because the bots are going to be chasing the tanks a lot. Okay, let's do this. Is this on the way? We don't have them in the network just yet, so that is not working. We do want more solar panels in here. Trash unrequested. That should... Anything else that I now put in the tank should go away, right? Yeah, it goes in the trash slots, alright. So that'll do then. I cannot do that. No, I cannot do that. That will give the... Yeah, that will give the base bots access to repair packs. We cannot do that. We'll have to do the chest way. That's the only way. Alright, so no vehicle logistics. So be it. No trash unrequested. No nothing. For now it's just going to be manual. Alright, stack the bolts. 9 stacks of repair packs. So be it. And let it go. That's tank 1. Tank 1 is here. Let's go... I guess this is halfway. And then maybe here and here. So let's do that quickly. We got 4 tanks to distribute this way. Stack of bolts. 9 stacks of repair packs. And then we go here. Alright, so this is how we are losing bots, I suppose. That is why the repair network does not have access to... Like the main bot network does not have access to repair packs. Because we want the repairs to be delayed. Stack of bolts. 9 stacks of repair packs. And I guess the last one... I don't have enough bots left. But I want to place it in the... kinda correct location. So let's put it on the belt anyway. And we'll figure out the rest later. Alright, and then the other 6 solar panels for the last tank, and that should be the repair tanks. At least taking care of the walls. It's a yellow belt. I tried the red belt, but the bots would sometimes have too much to do, run out of energy, and then get stuck chasing the tank and never catching up. So we downgraded that to yellow belts again to get rid of that problem. Alright, so we need more bots again. Yeah, inserters will be slow. We can use bulk inserters though. And just a row of chests. I think it will be fine. Okay, I don't think we got any repair packs left in the network. I'm just gonna request a bunch of them in case. Okay, none are on the way, so I suppose there are none in the network right now. Alright, so in general, that should be fairly good. We'll put some more stuff in there. There's still gears in here. Suppose once upon a time we use those. Okay. I think we are gonna set up some more robots now. To allow the bots to recharge a bit faster. We don't have that many in the network, but we probably want to make some more anyway. We should have a lot of chips and stuff. We are not doing research. Should we start research again? We probably should. I think the lab speed is going to be the lowest factor. Let's get some dead-end technologies at least. If we want to do the repair pack thing with a tank, it would maybe benefit us actually to upgrade stack size bonus. It's a little bit expensive for what it is, but I think we're gonna complete the tech tree. We have to do it. So let's do it. Look at all the useless things at the end of it as well. Yeah, I'm gonna limit the inventories with by selecting the filter slots. The only issue is now we need to test it out. I think there's a problem with it. There should be a tank on the bottom here, somewhere far away. Don't tell me the tanks are like bunching up against something. guess I might have to mark them on the map because it's taking me a lot of time to find them. I just don't see it. There's another one. That seems way too close by. Guess this one is also too close by then. Right, so my spacing is far from perfect. That is for sure. Right, so at least now we can find them temporarily. Can I just have this not always visible on the map? Will it still show up here? Okay, it still shows up on the map view at least, but... Okay, no, it doesn't show up on the map view, so that is fairly annoying. I just don't want the arrows on the screen all the time. Well, it looks like we are gonna have to choose one of the evils. Alright, so the thing is, I think that's gonna get stuck if we set this to something else. Yeah, okay, this doesn't help. There is no use in having this if it isn't at least showing up somewhere. Okay, let's go with the other tank over here. Okay. So if we block these slots with, I guess we should use something that you really cannot grab, but let's grab fish. Because fish and we'll lock these as well. I think they still will try to deconstruct stuff sometimes. And they just will not be able to put it in the tank. And that's a problem. Because that means these bots are just gonna be forever stuck now. I don't really have a solution for that. We cannot, I don't think we can limit the inserters. Because we cannot hook them up. Can we have a separate logistics network which does have access to repair packs? I think that's the only way then. That means this is not good. Where did the equipment go? Wait, what? I don't have them in my inventory, am I crazy? Okay, I don't have them. When did I last save? Forever ago. Maybe the bots are still bringing it over here. I don't know what's going on. Let's make an intermediate save here. Bots ran off with it. Yeah, maybe. They're still back on the way back though. Let's request. These and these then, I suppose. Alright, that means it's gonna be empty again. Alright. This is fairly annoying, all of this stuff. Yeah, I want to use inserters, but I think that's not going to work the way I want it to. So either we just manually... I don't really want to... Time of manually doing stuff has to be over, right? I do think we'll set up a separate. We need separate. We need to produce that in that separate logistics network as well. Then, so maybe we'll just go here where there is iron and copper. Is that really important right now? Maybe not. I guess we will just connect the roboports here then, where they previously were. These were the old wall substations. I guess a horizontal line would be good to have as well. I think we're gonna do it. There's a lot of tasks to do, and it does not really matter too much in which order we do it. At the moment, I think. I mean, we will mine this patch out pretty easily before this one, so only when we get control over this patch. It starts to matter. Mining out that uranium patch is probably going to be the limiting factor for the entire playthrough. We need more construction bots. We need more bots in general. We don't really have that many bot frames. Right. Spiders. No, Spider doesn't have a robot network. So it shouldn't have access to anything. I'll just throw those in there again. Okay, got all of them. Okay, 3000 construction bots. Okay, so repair pack. How much are we using? We need to know how much we are consuming. About 3 a minute. 4 a minute. 2 a minute. 4 a minute. So if we go for a production of like 6 per minute in that area, we should be good. 6 per minute. Okay, we are talking about per minute. That is not a lot of resources. If it's 5 a minute, it is 10 gears and 10 green chips. That's 20, that's 30 iron a minute. Okay, it's literally not a lot of resources. Like 1/10 of a yellow belt. So we can just leech it off of what we got right now, I think. I should have a base building inventory laying around somewhere. So we got yeah, like this over here. And maybe this. That's such a mess. Oh boy. I guess I have a double set of all of this stuff as well. Okay, poison capsules are obsolete. Okay, sure. We got our smelting setups right here. So I guess we could technically just use some of this over here to leech off. Just a tiny amount of resources. Could be horrible, like this. That should be enough for repair packs. It kinda looks not nice, but it's not aesthetically pleasing. We could also just, you know, cheekily. At least this is symmetric, right? If we do something like this. It just could go like this, and then just do a separate Roboport network. I think I want to do it in this corner over here. Where's my spider? Yeah, maybe over here somewhere. I think we'll just lead the resources back, like next to this belt. Does not really matter. But it does, you know. It does. Kinda does. I think I want to go on this line specifically. For no reason. Let's find out where it is. Over there. Normally I would design the area first, but it takes such a long time. We want to see it switch on. And I'm out of belts, because of course I am, because I didn't prepare. Some random stuff, we can throw it away. Bots will pick it up in due time. Okay, we need a bunch of belts, maybe not that many. Alright, so we don't need the insular capacity bonus. That was a waste. But you know, completing the tech tree just because of completing the tech tree is a waste anyway. I messed it up real bad. How did I mess this up so bad? Okay, we can temporarily auto-sort it. Is iron on the right or left side? Iron is on the right side, so that is correct. That should fix it. We're out of undergrounds. Alright, so I guess this is the area. We got some... Yeah, we will deliver by logistics bot, so we really just need to keep this network separate from whatever is there. Let's put it here. Doesn't really matter. As long as the tank don't get blocked. We should be fine. Alright. It's going to be very simple then. We need to make repair packs out of iron and copper. Okay, there's going to be at least 4 assembly machines. Let's start at the end. We want to make repair packs. So we need gears and green chips. And we need copper cable for the green chips. Guess these are going to be fast enough. Let's put that one there for symmetry. That has to be... I guess we can make it storage chests. Just in case anything else needs to go in there, but... we need iron in here and in here as well. Oh, I guess we can do something dumb. Like this. That should work. Okay, it's coming. Automated repair packs for tanks. So relaxing when you're not worrying about fighters and whatnot. It's looking like it's working. This roboport is not in range of any of the walls, so we don't need to worry that bots from here will start repairing the walls. Okay, so the tank comes in range right here. At that point the bots will fly out, pick up repair packs, put them in the tank and fly back. Guess it would be better if this was a bit more close by. Do we decorative up the place? I don't know if this does anything. I cannot really say it looks better like this. Alright, never mind. I guess we can read logistic network contents. It should be repair packs only. We will have like 8,000 repair packs in the system. That way the chests don't fill up completely. So it will stop as soon as it's over 8k. Right, then we just need some logistics bots and set up the tanks with the requests and we should be good. And the only thing we are not automatically replenishing is the construction bots. So I'm not gonna make construction bots here, I guess. That'll have to come from a passive provider chest. And we'll have to manually replenish that. But we shouldn't be losing too many bots, I think. Alright, so now that we got the repair packs automated, I think let's just manually visit the 4 tanks. Okay, there's one coming right now. Stop it. Are you already in range? Kind of. Okay, we don't have logistics bots in the network just yet. Let's first go pick up some bots. It is a separated network, so I don't think... Oh yeah, it's gonna... Okay, yeah. No, we don't need the bot count. You are right. It's gonna request bots in the main network anyway. The main network does have access to bots. So... now we can do this. 50 bots exactly. I guess we don't need 50. 25 will do. If they're automatically replenished, we don't really need extra bots in there. Right? And repair packs, we can do like 4 to 500, perhaps. The robots are charging. Look at the animations over here. But you don't see the bots, but you see the charging animation in here. Alright. Where is the tank? Is it this one? It is this one. Yeah, bots are getting picked up. Some logistics bots are on the way. Okay, let's go. Let's not miss the moment. They are doing the stuff. So I guess these will just pick it up again, because I had it set to 400. Oh yeah, these are now picking up the bots. Alright, the bots have enough speed to catch up with the tank, so that's good. Yeah, bots are gonna get automatically replenished. I guess I'll just make another 100 logistics bots for the new network then. Please put some fuel in the tank. I need the blinking, man. I need the blinking to see where they are. Okay, I'm finding them from the map view anyway. Let's grab some fuel. We'll put one fuel in every tank. We're gonna micromanage some stuff anyway now. So let's keep researching some useless techs. I guess the uranium ammo and artillery will get researched anyway. I kinda don't want larger bot capacity, because that means my repair bots will take 4 repair packs each, which means if I want to repair something, I need to have 400 repair packs in my inventory for all of my 100 bots to be able to do something simultaneously. Currently I need only 200. What am I here for again? My mind is such a mess. Logistics bots. Alright. 100 logistics bots. Let's make even more construction bots. Yeah, delivery times will be long to replace any fallen bots, but that's okay. The repair pack's delivery line is pretty short, so that should not be an issue. And they are only replaced in this area right here. In fact, let's put most of the repair packs away. Alright, that's 100 bots, that's gonna do it. Where is the nearest tank? Let's set it up then. We'll put 1 fuel in there, that's the indication that we have set up this tank. Logistics. Guess we will do the bot count manually. Alright, we'll just block it with a spider, so I don't need to keep walking. $25 exactly, and we need 400 repair packs. That was how we were gonna do it, right? 400. It's gonna over deliver a little bit, and then trash unrequested in case they pick up anything else. That'll go back to the main network. So now it should work as soon as it comes into range. I guess we'll wait on that. What's the plan for today? Switch off alerts, stick our head in the sand, and place decorative bells all over the base and whatnot. That's probably how it's gonna really end up. Right, so 50 bots should fly out at the moment. Okay, there we go. Zoop. And the tank is resupplied. Good to go for another loop. It's not gonna spend 400 repair packs in a single loop for sure. That's good. Let's copy that. I guess we can... We're gonna visit the tanks because we need to put one fuel in. So let's just walk across the wall. Here's one more. Like I first should have... done that exactly. One fuel. Okay, next tank is pretty close. I should probably spread them out better, but then I have to pick them up again. So this one is too close by. Let's just block it. And then there's this one over here, and the other one is over there. Yes, this one is too close by. Let's block it as well. Just for a little bit. Alright. One fuel in there. I just have to not forget to enable the tanks again. That's a little bit risky. I got only one fuel left. Okay, we already set this guy up. It just needs the fuel. I guess that last tank already was set up correctly as well. Man, it was a little bit finicky, but I think it's going to be worth it in the long run. I think we'll take out that one sapper nest right there. That's something new. Or is it? No, there's a large sapper nest as well. Alright. So that didn't really do anything, but those guys... They mess with the ghost placements. I really don't like that. Okay, I think the tanks have been stuck long enough. I'm gonna set them free again. As soon as we check this one. Yeah, this was alright. You go. The other tank was somewhere over here. I cannot access it. I guess a bot will place it. Okay, it's going. Alright. So tank shenanigans are done. We can take the bots again. Alright, so that's good. There never should nothing happen with this. And this area can just do its same. I use a logistics group. I still really didn't get some of those new space age things, new, quote unquote new space age things into my system just yet. Alright, yeah, I think this solution is much cleaner than the weird contraption we tried to make up there. We are losing a little bit of throughput here, so I guess this makes sense then to balance that out a bit. Alright. Yeah, the tanks are to repair the wall because it delays the repairing of the wall. Which means the bots which are over here, which don't have access to repair packs, cannot fly in to repair the wall while the attack is ongoing. So it's basically a way to keep my bots from getting destroyed all the time. It should work fairly well. See, can we already... Yeah, we already have a bunch of landfall again. Let's farm it up. Alright. So what else is there? There's only artillery, uranium ammo. I guess destroyer is a normal tech. I guess we will do the cargo sizes as well. I mean, it does help the logistics bots a bit, I suppose. I don't really want them. But yeah, we have to complete the tech tree. I feel resistance against doing that. I guess we do need a higher follower count, at least until we reach the infinite ones. Lab research speed, I guess we'll do as well. And then my nemesis of braking force. The most useless technology for any of my bases, at least. I guess it makes sense for train bases. But we'll have to do that as well. What a sentence that is. Nuke resistant nests. Yeah. I cannot do it with laser spiders because these worms will absolutely annihilate spidertrons. Like instantly. So even if I tried it, I send in a group of 20 and they just get annihilated by the worms with their poison, their all-devouring poison. The spiders have 3000 hit points and no resistance. They just get completely bodied. So that's a great way to lose a lot of spiders. The way we're gonna do this, we're gonna use nukes. I guess a lot of nukes, but so be it. And then we'll have laser defense spiders to defend against the actual biters coming in to take revenge on the nuking spider. So they can be cleared, but we'll have to clear the nests with, or at least we have to clear the worms with nukes. After the worms are gone, we can then laser the nests. That is doable. Though still not trivial. Alright, I think the next thing to automate is construction bots. And I think that is very simple to do. We will just make a single assembler. We can do it like right here next to our hand feeding area, I suppose. Okay, tank is in the way. This tank doesn't really serve any purpose anymore. We'll set this one to make construction bots. I think I do want the chest actually, an intermediate chest. This tank could be the intermediate chest. Okay, it looks like no aligning. Alright, request a chest. I don't want to request too many. So I'll manually set it, like maybe 50 bot frames. Then 100 green chips to match. That'll make construction bots. I want no more than 500, I think, in the chest. That way I can pick up a bunch. There we go. That's 500 in the chest right there. Oh wait. Ah, we can just switch off the machine, I suppose. I don't like the wire like that. Let's do it here. Just want to read the chest contents. Alright, we'll block that. Okay, and then we can automatically replenish the bots in the network by doing this. Let's switch it around first. Okay, that doesn't work either. Here we read total construction bots. It's currently 2.9k. We'll set it to 3000. But we need to read, I think it was Z, right? Alright, and we'll set it to hand size 1. To get an exact count. Alright. That should stop working when we get to 3000 bots. I think the only other thing to do then is make sure there's space in this roboport for the bots to be imported. So let's make it so that no bots will stay in here. Looks like it's not working. Nice. Looks like we cannot force the bots out of here. That's not really an issue. Yeah, again, I messed something up. Okay, total construction bots, Mike. It's T, not Z. That is why it's overfilling. Alright. Now it should be automatic. So we no longer need to manually check if we got enough bots. All of the ports on the fronts have 25 bots per roboport in them. So there's always going to be bots nearby. I got less. I got 136 roboports. So if all of them have 25 bots inside. We need 3400 bots, but we don't have bots in any of these. Because the amount we have on the walls is, that's 44 and 11, so 55, 110. 2750 bots. Okay, so it's pretty close, but 3000 in the network should be easily enough then. Still overfilled by 1 somehow. Alright, yeah. That's why. Alright, 3000 construction bots exactly. We're not gonna do the same thing for logistics bots. That should be good enough. I guess we also have to drop some fuel into this tank. So certain people in the base don't go crazy. Let's put the wood in there. Just lost 162 things. Guess a lot of it was on this corner. Corners have resupply chests close by. Yeah, we lost a lot over here. What's the next step? Do we put chests like these on every corner? And if so, how many things need to be in those chests? That is gonna be too much if we put this on every chunk. I think for now I only have it in the corners. Okay, there's one more at the midpoint somewhere. Over here. How about on the top? On the top there's only one. I guess maybe we'll put one more over here somewhere. It's still a pretty large distance. We'll plop a couple more in there. Yes, this is where the base is, but we'll still put a chest there. Okay, that's gonna send out a lot of logistics spots everywhere. So then we have a... On every one of these markers there's a buffer chest with some stuff. That is roughly good enough, I suppose. Close by enough for the bots to actually grab and replace whatever goes missing. Alright, so that is a fully automated bot count and repair network. I think there is no more micromanaging which we will need to do for that. Tanks are automatically resupplied with both repair packs and bots. They should be spaced out correctly right now. Another one. Okay, let's just... Looks like we need to do that again. There is one. Is the third one already close by as well? And there is one and there is one. Where's the last one? How do I keep messing this up? This is... I don't know if it's actually this complicated or if I just really suck at this shenanigans. It does look like we just need to move one tank now. Set it to one. Tank stuck at left bottom. Yeah, right. Yeah, holding up in the heat. Yeah, actually I'm not streaming from the van today because yeah, it is impossible to sit in a van out there and it's not just the temperature outside, but it's inside a van. I like to have the doors closed because of the sound issues. That's impossible already. And then, of course, there is the computer, which basically can be regarded as like a 120 20-watt heater, which is then heating the room. Okay, it keeps all the requests and stuff. Okay, so it's gonna request the bots, I suppose, by itself. I'll put in the repair packs myself. No. Yeah, I can do that. Okay. How was there repair packs in the logistics network though? That shouldn't be a thing. Alright, now we got the 4 tanks roughly spaced out in a satisfying manner. Let's try save again. And hopefully now we're done with the shenanigans here. I kind of feel like trying to farm a couple more coins. As an intermission. Yeah, we are here at the location of one of those nice bases at least. For that, we will laser defense to the max. I can even consider putting in these for the spider, as we don't need the speed. Let's see how this works out for us. We got 15 coins right now. So basically we want to just destroy these bases by extending right on top of them when they die. Yeah, like that. Except then we don't lose the spider. That's the ideal scenario right there. That should give us some of these coins. I don't know, how do we take so much damage in one go? From what did we take the damage? Maybe I just was too close to the worms. Alright, so we didn't get a coin out of that. And now we got a load of angry biters on our tail. The worst thing we can do is run back into the base. Where all the biters will slam into us. I guess that's what we're doing. Right, we're getting prepared, forgot about that. And maybe the biters took a bite out of me there. Yeah, I think the biters are actually doing the damage there. Alright, we got a coin, 16 coins now. So it is definitely working. It's been pretty consistent gathering coins that way. Of course, it does invoke a lot of revenge attacks. That's another 5 minutes of infinite nuke, so it's definitely worth it to do it sometimes. Fuck lives matter. Yeah, I agree, we're going for world peace. It's a process. But we'll get there. Pretty sure. Okay, that was pretty ouchy. guess the higher level worms, they hurt a lot more as well. Okay, we gotta get out of there. Level 10 worm. It's not a very high amount of damage. 50 physical damage. I think the spider should have a fairly decent physical resistance. Yeah, 15 and 60%. So 35. It should take like 15 damage per hit. It feels like a lot more than 15 damage per hit though. $17 coins. It is definitely working. Repair, 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 repair. Alright, get out of here. Just gonna take down the nest now. 18 coins. Alright, this little adventure just netted us a full quarter of an hour of access to infinite nukes. I got like 15 in the entire game, and now we just have gotten 3 from this small little endeavor over here. Alright. I think that's good enough now. We can just sometimes do something like that in order to gain access. Oh boy. There were some pretty harsh cursed flames over there, man. Holy moly. The shields were gone in an instant. That's why I don't use shields, really. Let's get rid of them again. We'll go back to the normal loadout. Alright, 3 coins, not a bad result. 3 more coins. Right, science is going okay. Got about 1,000 laser turrets. So we need another 4,000. So many resources. I think probably the next step is doing some resources stuff. Probably the first thing we want is steel. So we're gonna set up the new iron patch. And I guess more furnaces specifically for steel. We're not really consuming all of the iron, but we are consuming all of the steel, so we're gonna need another 100 furnaces. We got the efficiency modules to do so. We got 80 more drills. Guess we can set up just like 2 lines of iron with what we have right now. If we just had 100 furnaces, which we do. What else do we need? A bunch of yellow belts. Let's switch on logistics. A bunch of yellow belts. Some underground. We still have splitters. Guess we got a lot of stuff laying around everywhere as well. Random shenanigans. It's pretty bad. Let's grab some power lines as well. inserters for the furnaces. 96. We have long-handed. So that should be fairly good. Did we just cover the entire patch? We might just cover the entire patch. I think we already did it for this one as well. Okay, we can actually grab a lot of these drills out over here. I kind of want to measure this out. Then I guess we have 12. Can maybe mine vertical instead. How wide does this have to be? Can use this, I suppose. And then spaced it out one tile further, and then we just have a little bit of iron over here. About a 1k or something like that. I guess it's good that we are getting rid of this out of the network. Let's just wait for the bots to do most of the work here. Alright. That's the mine. It is 85 drills, so that's good for 3 belts. So technically, we can set up 3 belts of iron into steel. It would not be a bad idea. Especially if we're going to go for... We could up the laser turret production a lot. I think steel is the limiting factor by far. I guess we'll... Do we do like direct input? We can just design something new. Let's just go out of the range of the bots at least. So a direct input build is actually very simple, so maybe we should just do that. Problem is we cannot use it for iron in that case. If we do direct input like this. It's kinda nice though. Let's symmetrize something. That's not good. It needs to go one way. Something like that. I messed something up. That's looking good. That is half of a yellow belt only though. So if we are gonna get out, we can pretend we get out more, I suppose. So have the steel go out on the outside, iron comes in here. That is 1 yellow belt. Technically that is 2, 3 yellow belts of iron. I think we're gonna do that, just specifically this. We'll keep the forest right there. We'll just chunk align it over here. Try to place most of it from my armor. Yeah, the lasers the personal lasers don't get the hit bonus now. But it does count for like the proximity chance. Higher proximity is higher chance to get a coin. And it does count like a kill from the player. We are at close range. We are just sitting in a not quite indestructible cockpit, but pretty close to it. Right, that is pretty good, I suppose. Should just set up 4 to 3 splitter, but I cannot help myself. I don't know how to build one from the top of my head. I only know how to build a 4x4 and like a couple of other ones. But 3 doesn't come up too often. We can input priority the center of the patch for what it's worth. Now we can have these combine into one, I suppose. Not great. This is the worst. Alright. This can be yellow again. Okay, we're missing a bunch of modules, but it's for the furnaces. So it's not really pollution related. Alright, it will work. Is it how it should be? No, it's not. Actually, we need a 4x4 splitter anyway, because we have this thing over here. That will need to be... Alright, scrap that. You didn't see that. If we're gonna go on the chunk borders, let's keep this on the chunk borders as well. We'll just upgrade it like right here, and then this will become that. Doesn't even need to go all the way to the end, but I guess we'll do it. 5. Okay, that's exactly enough. No. What am I doing? It looks a little bit cursed. I guess this entire thing could just be on here then instead. It will look a little bit less janky. Alright. Then the only thing that's left to do is switch it on, I suppose. Three belts of iron into steel. And a temporary thing over there. 12 minus long. I think that should not block up. Or will it? Okay, it will block up. Until one of these runs out, I suppose. I think I'm fine with that. We don't need to hyper-optimize that. It's gonna back up anyway because of our preference here. Okay, let's see if I set this up correctly for once. Yeah, I think we can deconstruct the old mining drills from the other side of the map. It does look like it's set up correctly. Signs are still going as well. Now we just need to join the steel belt. Technically that could be a full yellow belt of steel. 3 belts of iron into steel on this side. And 2 belts of iron into steel on this side. That probably means we want to prioritize iron and just put the extra into steel on this belt in case the base will need it. And it probably will once we do infinite signs again. And then we just have to... I guess we respect the old wall that will go around. Zap around that, zap around this. I don't even know what this is supposed to do. I still have logistics requests on, alright. Sure. Question? We can input priority the left side here. So it means I probably need to make sure all steel can flow both ways. For both of these. Right. Okay, we do have the issue that it goes on a yellow belt here. I think we are just going to put some provider chests here. I think most of the steel will go into laser turrets. These coal chests are like long. Should we clean up some parts of the base? Maybe we can think about it. This has all been around for way too long, man. Okay, we have to move that out at some point. Is it this point? Probably not. At some point everything is going to be buffer chests and with requests and automatically move stuff around kind of shenanigans. But I don't think we're there just yet. Alright, so provider chests. Looks like we need to go this way. We'll use a bunch of those. I think that should be able to draw empty this belt. We have hand size of 3 now. So 12 per swing. And these can do more than 1 swing per second, so we can almost take the entire belt. And I think we'll priority output to the left, so it flows into the signs if it needs to. Okay. That is steel. Steel sorted. The modules. Yeah, let's do the modules. It looks like we need to go over there ourselves. Because it's outside of bot range. How's it going here? Slowly filling up chests over here. Let's see if the tanks are still spaced out. Looks like the tanks are spaced out. Finally, they're all going. Let's check the one which is the most in the front. So this one has done almost a full loop. It spent like 50 repair packs. It hasn't lost a bot. This one has spent 50 repair packs, hasn't lost a bot. Alright, so I think that is working decently well. I don't think we're gonna keep legacy, right? Not legacy drills around over here. Yeah, it's easily still a mine of a red belt of coal. Okay, what's left over here? That's about 3 belts of iron as well. So we are doing 6 yellow belts of iron in total at the moment. For some reason, the stone mine looks like I will keep the miners. Yeah, it's a nice square, isn't it? It's a nice square. Looks like this stone mine, I don't care about it. Consistency. Okay, let's also move over to that copper patch down there. Okay, these tanks are almost completely filled up now with oil. It's probably another 2 million, alright. The question is, do we want to keep producing? Like in the 10k SPM base? Not really sure we need to. Alright. I think that's all of the ore patches which are still active. The only one left then is this one. Over here. And I guess, yeah, we need to put the modules in the drills there. It's been a while since I watched the stream. What's the current goal? I guess completing the tech tree is the official goal. That is just the goal because I wasn't really sure what direction the stream was going to go in. But we did a little bit of math and stuff at the beginning. And it looks like we're going to be keeping this shape of base for a while we research, I guess, at least one more level of damage upgrades for everything. We need to produce another 4,000 laser turrets before we can afford to go for the next size of the base, which is roughly this size. I think we have a blueprint for it. It's this size. No, it's this one. So yeah, it goes out into the void until here. And around the uranium patch right there, with all 4 corners being in the water. That is the good point about it. Some of these will run out like instantly, I suppose. Right. Let's put the modules in here. That should be the end of the shortage. Or is it? It is not. We are missing 78 at least. So I guess that's going to be another hand feed. We get 40 out of a full stack. Guess we'll do full stacks. Just making sure I don't overproduce too much like this. Okay, lap speed 6 is coming in. Absolutely unnecessary because we cannot keep up with the SPM for this speed. But sure. 4.6 to 5.6. That was the final speed upgrade. Okay. Then the only things left to research are things I don't want. But we're gonna get them anyway. We got uranium ammo and artillery. You know what? I think it's probably a good time to start on the damage upgrades. Instead of goofing around with useless stacks. Is it still too expensive? Yeah, I think it's still too expensive to always have a rocket ready. We can do like 2 rockets at a time. It should fit in the chest, right? How much science do we still have left? Produced 11k, consumed 10,949. Alright, so basically we have consumed a perfect amount. If we get 1 from every damage upgrade, it's 16k. 20% in the labs. It requires 14 rockets, right? Alright, 14 rockets is a lot. I think we can afford to... yeah, let's just not micromanage it anymore. We'll just enable it. 720 exactly. And we'll let these loose. We'll overproduce 2 rockets. And 2 satellites, I suppose. We'll add blue chips back here. And just let this rip as well. Guess we can automatically regulate science by... Yes, we can just check if the chest here is empty. We can make this buffer chest, then the contents will count towards what is in the system. Which means we can just hook this guy up to a roboport instead. If there's one nearby, there is not really. Nor is there actually space for it. But these engine assemblers are actually not functional. And neither is this belt. I don't really want a super long wire to go through the base. I guess we'll do it. Doesn't look very nice. Right, so we're just reading the chest. We'll enable this one if... basically if we're out of science. Then launch a rocket. And new science will arrive shortly. That's the rocket automated. It's a bit wasteful because I only need a specific amount, but I guess that's the cost of that's the cost of automation. All right. I don't agree that... I mean, the water isn't making things easier to defend, if you really think about it. Yeah, sure, this corner is easier to defend, but now all of the biters that are coming from all of these areas are just concentrating themselves on one point of the base, making this point much harder to defend. So I think it would be way better if there were no obstacles on the map whatsoever and the attacks would evenly-ish divide themselves over the entire surface area of the base. The only weak points of the base really are the corners. Which is why it's good to have the corners on the water, because we are losing a lot in this corner over here, mainly. Alright, I think we can safely delete the tanks from the clutter. Okay, this is going. I'm betting we are stacking up right now on steel. Yeah, so we are no longer continuously making stuff. We can simply just speed module these now. Speed things up a little. They require 3, 4, 5, like 6 things per second. Yeah, the fasten cells will be able to keep up with that. No problem. That's going to produce 0.22 laser turrets per second. Or in other words, 13 a minute. Or about 800 per hour. So given that we need about 4,000 laser turrets, that's 5 hours of production before we can expand. I think that's alright. Okay, there goes the first rocket. So that means this guy's status should change to being disabled. Yeah, now it's disabled because there's more than 100 signs in the chest. So that's working. And I think we're gonna get started on the big 4. What's the most important one? I think it's gonna have to be laser damage. This is just for our offensive capabilities. It can probably come in last. This will also help with the coin farming. I guess the flammables are the next most important thing. This should cost us about 1.5 million iron and copper in total, these 4 technologies here. Tech the big 4 for 1,000,005 cop and iron total. Oh, I never installed the horizontal Roboport highway. Kinda think we wanna do that. I still have like 11 or something Roboports. Did I spend them? Right, it doesn't need to be like fully connected or anything. I think we're just gonna follow these substations here. This plays a roboport every third one, it looks like. And we'll just continue that pattern to the other side of the map. Control Z, Control Y, great way to reset which bots are responsible for things. I think I might run out of roboports soon. Like now, 2, 3, 4. And I guess we'll connect it, the power line as well, a little bit more redundancy. It's not going to connect to our separate repair provision thing. Alright, we need to go this way as well, so we are not completely clear yet. We need mainly gears to restock. Thanks Crazy Kenneth for the 4th month of Prime subscription. Sorry I missed that. Should go for more rounded corners, yeah, or I can just put them on the water and we'll have eliminated the corners completely. I think we're gonna go for that. Steel as well. Guess we can now switch this on again for a little bit. So wall inspection, since we switched off all the sounds. You never know what is coming up. It's not too bad. We are losing the bots though. And the poison. Okay, that just happened to be a repair tank as well. It doesn't really seem like anything is too close by. Actually, it looks like we didn't completely standardize the wall just yet. In terms of repair pack or repair packs raiders. Also here there is some shenanigans going on. I want to put in the raiders. I think they are important. Yeah, these should have the filter set, alright, so this guy can go. Right, sure. I think that that covers it. All right. We are not missing anything. All right. So it looks like a diagonal recharging pathway here would be welcome. I guess we can technically just follow the chunk. That's a little bit annoying. We'll do that. They need to be wired up nicely. Alright, is there a way? Four, 5? That's a lot. Okay, that's kind of the maximum distance. Okay, no, that's not correct. It needs to go up one tile. Very important when you play a mod like Rampant that you line up your power network correctly like this and symmetrically. Obviously. I mean, it's not a lot of charging capacity, but at least it's some. And that can basically connect to the base already. If we pretend that this just goes here. It'd be better to, you know, put it at least a little bit closer. I think that's the main pathways. This is bridgeable. This is now the main pathway. This has charging network, and everything that goes very far can choose between the different lines here. So I think that is, we have pretty decent coverage now. Okay. How is the steel stonks? Okay, we're using all the steel again, it seems like. We're producing 800 a minute. And I guess we're consuming... How much can these laser turret things consume? 4.5 steel a second. So they can consume 270 a minute. So I guess a lot of steel is still going into other purposes. But we do seem to be continuously crafting, so that's good. Okay, ammo belt is also still full. Things looking pretty good. We have even gotten to the point where we have only like about 200 to 300 entities which are missing repair packs at any one moment now, with the 4 repair tanks actually also repairing the walls. The only things that are not getting repaired is the landmines, the anti-nuclear biter landmines. All right. These nests are also great for coin farming, but there's a lot of other ones nearby here. We might just go back to this area a bit and farm some more infinite nukes. Basically, I don't know how many nukes we can shoot in 5 minutes, but it is pretty valuable to get those coins. Each one of those coins we get diminishes the amount of uranium we need to mine by a significant amount. So I suppose let's suit up again. We can do without charging, actually, I think. I do want the Robopod though. I don't know if that's a new nest again entirely. Okay, we got a coin on the very first nest already. Pretty good. Let's not die now, so we don't lose it. Okay, the revenge attacks are a little bit of an issue. Yeah, these biters are slow enough that I can get out of the spider and help a bit. Alright. Okay, I'm pushing it. 20 coins, we got another one. It is an insane method, man. You already got 10 minutes of infinite nukes. Just from doing that. I think the shields are doing absolutely diddly squat, nothing at all. They just get zapped instantly. $21 coins. Sure, why not? This is a hive. Oh, this got a lot of hit points. Yeah, let's not take too many risks. We got another 3 coins from this. 15 minutes of infinite nukes. Without any significant effort at all. This is so... I'm not sure even... Is this an exploit? To do farm coins like this? I don't think you're supposed to be rewarded for bravery, I think. Well, we are not doing any of that. Take out the shields and add more lasers. Yeah, that might be an idea. Let's get in the spider real quick. Got 1 more laser. Got 2 more laser defenses. I'm gonna save. Mid-fight again. I got 3 coins, man. I don't want to lose that if I, push my luck too far. I think it's time to take a hike. Yeah, now we're getting a bunch of revenge attacks in there. Let's see if we can get a hive. No, wait, no, not a hive. The hive might respawn nests again, I think. Not sure how it works. Alright, I think we've angered enough biters in this general area to move out again. We can maybe go over here. Maybe we should heal first. We don't need to pick on the same nests all the time. I don't... My goal should not be to grind down the nest, I suppose. Just need to move in and out. Take down a single nest. And get out. Trading my hit points. There's other biters there. I want to take out that one nest there. $23 coins. Did I get 2 coins in one go there? Crazy. Okay, I'm almost dead though. That went really quick. I guess those juggernauts. Came in. Did I already get 5 coins from this one tiny adventure again? This is, I think this should be an exploit. Yeah, the coins are basically power-ups. They give you infinite ammo for 5 minutes. So with these 2 nukes, I can basically just have infinite nukes for as long as I have power-up coins. And if I get one more, okay, we'll take the hive. No, we didn't take the hive. Don't take the hive, Mike. What are you doing? Yeah, I cannot get one anymore. We need to heal. If I get one more, we've got 2 full hours of infinite nukes. That should be enough. I think I'm out of repair packs. These are very flammable biters. They take double damage from fire. And they're slow. And their attack doesn't annihilate the spider instantly like some of the other factions can. These are pretty much perfect to do some farming. Okay, there is some effect going on. Not sure what's going on there. Okay, get out of here, get out of here, get out of here. Run! Run, run, run. I do not know if you get coins from farming worms. You probably do. I think I have to go in the walls. We're getting casualties. The bot count is stable because we have automated that. I want one more coin, then we'll go do stuff again. Yikes! Okay, I cannot take a single hit anymore. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Don't walk in the fire. The spider has how many 9 hit points left. We got 9 hit points left from 3000. I don't even want to blow on it anymore. Where are the mines? Which mines? The rail mines, if you are talking about those, they are only there to explode nuclear biters. And for the rest, mines are not fireproof, so I would just be losing them to my own flamethrowers all the time. You know what? There was another reason we shouldn't get more firepower, actually. And that reason was bot speed. Because they do die in the fire as well. Which means before we do fire damage, we also need to increase bot speed a little at least. Eesh, but that will happen with fire damage as well. That is the issue. I think a new nest spawned there. Can I just get in there and rip this one nest over here? We got it. That's really pretty harsh. Gotta be as close as possible for the maximum benefit though. Let's try some worms. Alright, no coin luck. Okay, I guess we'll stick at... do we stick at 23 coins? We can just hide in the valley. They can't reach us. Unless they go around. Yeah, we should be sure to not nuke this valley over here. There's a nice save point for us. Okay, 24 coins, we got what we wanted. 2 hours of infinite nukes. Let's get out of here. Before we get too annihilated. It's starting to feel like the 1000 times science cost base where techs take a long time to complete. Oh, we got some flickering lights there. Are the laser turrets requesting too much power? It's hard to say really. 2 hours of infinite nukes, heck yeah. 2 hours of infinite nukes. For free. Alright, something like that. It will connect power, one more redundancy cable. Always good to have. Speaking about redundancy, let's also connect this one to something else. I guess we can just feed it out. We don't really need to keep it. All right. Let's go look at the uranium mines. See what's going on. Does look like we can repurpose another 4 or so to do more of this kind of shenanigans. I think we will do so. We're out of blue chips actually. Guess that's not a surprise. Just one. Okay, we're also out of fuel cells. Oh, that's why power is struggling. Right. Not good. I think we need to automate fuel cells. Do we have time to automate fuel cells? Yeah, we do. We'll throw some productivity in there as well. Passive provider chest. It's about time. 2. One requester chest in the middle. Delivering this and that. I guess we can passive provider chest this and this. This should produce well enough uranium. I'll do the last module at the end. Alright. Throw some iron in there. We'll do 10 ingredients worth of stuff. All right. We'll make requester chests out of these as well. We are reading this reactor and this inserter, I believe. So all we need to do is put a fuel cell in this guy's hand, as if it was outputting it anyway. And that should restart the system again. Now we have a gigawatt of power again. That was just in time. Alright, so we need some requester chests, I suppose. And we'll request like a stack of fuel cells in every chest. Alright, that's automated power. Should we reprocess uranium already? I think it's not really necessary just yet. Yeah, biters target everything. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15 drills are active still. So produce about 7 uranium per second. These eat up 0.74. So we need about 10 of these active still. So actually I cannot really delete the full queue just yet. Unless we don't care about energy. Yeah, now we can do it 8. Alright. I think the time where we really cared about stuff like pollution is behind us. Okay, we need more productivity modules. 8 pieces, can I just do that? Yes, we can. It will be faster to do it in here. Yeah, that'll make 8 of them. Alright, we are missing inserters. How is it going over here? About 1k left. I think we are at the point where we start processing this into this faster than we can actually produce those things in the first place now. 900 left. I thought I upgraded to steel chest, but apparently not quite. Sure. 4800, that's 2400 per chest. I think we'll do that. I think we'll clock them again. Not clock them, we won't clock them. I'm doing it the wrong way. Lots of rocks. Okay, we still have plenty. Yeah, we're not running out yet. Or are we? Yeah, we might be running out actually. Okay. I guess we'll stash this in here for the nuclear plant. We'll be making some fuel cells at least. I think I'm still set up in the wrong way. Alright, spider 2 I suppose. These are done. And we just need some more shiny green rocks. I guess we do take these. To get this started. So now we got 12 of them refining. $274k uranium ore left. We have produced about 15k in total. So let's say that's 15k. And let's ignore nuclear fuel cost. That means 500 nukes. That's about 1/20th of my estimation of the amount of nukes we will need to clear the 20 chunk perimeter of the map after we have expanded to our final base. We'll see how that goes. Okay, I think it is taking too long. We'll just go for energy weapons damage for the personal laser defenses and the laser turrets on the wall. And we'll get stronger explosives for the Spidertron rockets and the nukes. And maybe one more level of bot speed, but that's gonna be it. Yeah, we should be producing about 30 SPM on average. We just were researching faster because everything was stocked up to the maximum. Productivity in the mining drills, not a fan of it. I guess pollution technically doesn't really matter that much anymore. But productivity does slow down the rate at which you extract it. So it would, I guess it would be okay for like dispatch over here. But for dispatch, we would probably be better off focusing on speed, since we are unlikely to fully mine it out. And also productivity modules, they have a lot of bad effects and it only stacks additively with mining productivity research. We might get a level of that one actually. Might be worth it instead. It's one level of rocket damage really gonna do a lot. We go from 3.8 to 4.3 times damage multiplier. So the nukes will do like 13% more damage than the explosive rockets. I guess it's time for a test. Does it actually matter, or am I just throwing away my resources here? I have a feeling it's the latter. I'm throwing away resources. For no reason, for no significant gain. Let's do explosion damage 9 test. Alright, for this test, I suppose we need... Let's go in editor mode. Let's type it. So the achievements don't count. In case we accidentally trigger something. I think we really care about it in this playthrough though. Come on. Just want to put a base on the water. Yeah, the biters cannot hit me. I guess let's grab... We'll do a direct hit. A few scenarios. The worms are gonna die anyway, I feel. Let's not put worms on there. We'll put a biter nest and a hive like next to each other. Where the heck? What the heck? What are these biters supposed to be doing? Which are just spawning out here. Vengeance. Alright, anyway. Let's put... We can consume a coin just for fun. Let's target the nest first. With the hive and the collateral. Okay, that did destroy both of them. Do we get extra damage from that? If we have a coin consumed? I don't have a coin consumed now. Yeah, okay, looks like we do get extra damage from consuming a coin. There's a big difference there. This thing has 12k hit points left of the 16k it had. Yeah, direct hit did do it there. Alright, let's do a not a direct hit on... Let's just shoot the land corner here. The 16... Okay, we did like 700 damage here. And less over there. So now let's consume a coin. And we'll shoot the same corner. Oh, that is a great effect there. Okay, the healing cloud is healing a lot, but that went down to like half health. So do we really just get a lot of extra damage from consuming a coin? Let's do that again. We'll kill all units this time. Okay, I killed myself. That's about 800 damage there. About 800 damage. And we consume a coin. And that's 6,000 damage. Alright, so it does appear that that is not in the description. The description says destroying biters with one shot, physical and explosive damage only. Increase damage to biters with 4000 health instead of instant kill. It does not say anything about extra damage against nests and such, so I guess that only goes for rockets that I shoot, right? Okay, so if this works, that might change the equation drastically. I kind of want to give the spider nukes separately in case it matters if I have them in my inventory or not. Alright. So let's see, without coin consumed, we are now remotely driving the spider. I should be able to just do the same thing. Yeah, about 800 damage. Alright, so now let's consume a coin. I don't think this will work, but we can always hope. 16.5. No, 800 damage. 1200 damage. But yeah, I guess it's just random variance. Okay, so the spider indeed does not get extra damage. In fact, even a direct hit didn't take out the hive right there. Alright, so I guess we have to be ready to spend a lot of nukes on this. Even if it's just for taking out the stragglers. They don't really want to die to the nukes either. The problem is, anytime one or two of these biters die, they create a healing cloud which heals the other nests and the other biters. So that is also working against us. So we probably want to just get rid of the worms. And then have another bunch of spiders with laser defenses to come in and zap the nests. We could probably turret creep with laser turrets if we're in a safe area. So we might just want to leave all of these for last, just going around and destroying some biters before we just come in with laser defenses to take out the nests after all the worms are dead. Okay, let's load back to the actual game. I don't think we need to test explosive damage 9 then, it's just not gonna do much. Let us go back in editor mode. We'll force the completion of this technology. Right. Whatever. I don't really want to set up all the spiders, but I think we can simulate some stuff. All right. Alright, so we'll do this from drive remotely view. Can I save right here? Okay, I cannot save while I'm in the spiders. That's important. If I press escape, I will lose control of the spider. That is gonna cost me a lot of them, I'm pretty sure of it. Well, we probably should just go around like this then. Okay, we are very slow down. Okay, this is dangerous. I'm dead with the spider. I got slowed down so much. Okay, it does seem to kill... This is going to be harder than I thought it would. Yeah, we might need a support team just following the spider with like... Some with laser defenses and some with like non-explosive rockets or whatnot. Probably shouldn't be shooting that close to my own base. Yeah, exactly. Alright, so this indeed does leave only those out there. We should probably have a roboport. We should make it like... We should use the spider to make like safety parts on the water before actually going out and whatnot. Okay, I'm gonna lose the spider again. Okay, I didn't lose the spider. Good. Don't really need to be here though. Alright, so be it. We are going to pretend we took out the worms and only nests are left. It should be doable. In a small area at least. Alright. Now we can pretend that the spider now we are going in with laser defense spiders which don't have access to rockets or nukes. Which means we can just run around slowly. Whittle down at the nests. As long as we stay out of... Yeah, so we should be able to get rid of the nests like this as well. I have a feeling new nests are spawning. I mean, we still can shoot nukes if we want to. Yeah, we shouldn't go there. It's still not trivial, for sure. But this strategy could save us a lot of nukes. We're gonna need a spider army of with different spiders in various qualities. Ooh. And the way to control them. It's not gonna be easy. I think we should start preparing to make an army of spiders instead. We need to... So what do we need then? What is a good combo? Can I make a blueprint of this with equipment and then just place them? No. That kind of sucks. Yes, we are gonna need a lot of weaponry for the stuff that we are going to use, but the question is, what are we going to use? No, the bots don't do infinite damage, no. I did not limit the fuel cells chest, indeed. Yeah, I probably should limit those. You can make a blueprint of a spider with equipment. I mean, it is in here. And maybe it's just a... Oh yeah, the equipment is requested in there. So if I do it from editor mode... Do I get it now? No, okay. So I don't actually get the equipment in there. There might be a trick for that as well, which I'm not aware of. I guess we need to know what we are going to use, so... Yeah, this is my actual spider, right? Let's go back to normal. And what would be a good combination to have? The thing is, I'm thinking to have some spiders following me with normal rockets, but I cannot control at which enemies they shoot. So if they shoot at like these guys, that is not super effective. You know, let's just try it out. We'll try it out. Alright, so let's just we'll bite the bullet. We need some equipment of all types. Lots of these. These. I guess we can get infinite charge by putting that in there. So we don't have to wait for everything to charge up. And some infinity chests with an assortment of rockets like these. And these. And these. And we need some bots, some repair packs. Alright. So it's all gonna be a remote spider, so I'm not even gonna include my own spider with in the mix there. We're gonna need a nuke spider, which shoots nukes. That one should be fast. So it should have the same stuff as I have. It's solar panels, probably. So it just needs to outrun. It needs to outrun the biters. So this one is going to look like this. That one's charged up. Yes, this is nuclear biter. I guess you know what color that one's going to be. That has got to be the lead spider. I guess we want one with laser defenses. 750 kilowatts. These use 240. So that is basically what we can provide live. In that case, we don't have legs though. That is bad. Alright, so if other spiders are supposed to keep up, I don't think we can do the... We can do this for just the initial nuking. That's an independent spider. Oh, I can copy paste and the equipment gets in there. Oh, okay, that is good stuff. Right. So I guess we want a second nuke spider, which is going to be slower, but we can give it some shields and a reactor. So it has 3 legs, and then we just need to make sure the follower spiders, we'll just copy it for now, also have 3 legs. Except these are gonna have laser offenses. There's not a lot of laser offenses though. We might be able to get away with less batteries. It's a little bit dangerous. That's a laser spider, let's make it red. So then... Yeah, okay. That's the wrong hotkey. I don't know which one it is. Shift right click, okay. Yes, now the 4 laser spiders are following me. They don't have weaponry, they just have some laser defenses. So the more spiders I have with these, the better, I suppose. So we can just do like 10 of them. It's a little bit annoying to get them to follow. At least it's easier than it was in Factorio 1.1, where you needed a remote for every spider. The thing is, area of effect damage is gonna decimate these spiders pretty quickly. Alright. Then we want some other spiders, which I guess also have 3 legs. We just copy a laser spider to start with. They don't need any of that. Well, I guess they can be mixed functionality, right? Yeah, I wanted to make rocket spiders, but the rocket spiders don't actually need any other equipment. So... oh, this is gonna be annoying. Alright, so what we might want to do to limit the amount of rockets each spider shoots, because they're gonna shoot pretty fast, we either give only some spiders rocket or we just block the other slots like this. Alright. Alright, so this guy has the nukes. And that's what I'm gonna control myself. And the other spiders are gonna shoot anyway. Let's see how that goes. So we got the laser defenses. 40 personal laser defenses, that's more than I got in my armor right now. So hopefully that will be able to keep some of the fighters at bay, but that might be a good follower setup. And if we need more power, we can always use more. This should be shooting... It's 10 spiders with 1 rocket launcher active each, which means we should be shooting 2.5 spiders worth of rocket launchers. That still is like 44 rockets a second in total. That's quite the cost. Alright. ABC. Drive remotely. Okay, the other spiders are following me. So ideally I would have already deleted most of the nests and worms at this point, but we're just gonna try anyway. And I guess we will need a repair spider, but it does keep us safe, it appears. I just need to be very, very, very careful. Yeah, like against the poison biters, it's not gonna work. At least it's not explosive damage, so I don't damage anything else than the spider that is targeted. Just cannot get out. So I guess we just gotta drive by. Just shoot maximum nukes with my own spider. It's kinda hard to control. I don't really hear when I'm shooting either. My other spiders are lagging behind. Oh, some of them are pretty low in health already. But this one is on fire, it's gonna die. "17 hit points, 10, and it's gone." What? 1 health. Okay, it survived on 1 health. Okay, now they're gone. 2 of them are gone. is a not very satisfying way of going around, I have to say. I don't really think we need the backup spiders in this scenario where we just go around initially. We can basically just use the 5-leg spider and outrun. Anything else? Alright, so let's try that first then. There should be one more here. We can send this guy already over here. We'll drive this guy remotely, which has the 5 legs. Yeah, the not having quality is not great here. Okay, so I think we gotta do it like an old style dot matrix printer. Just go take out one line at a time, then come back much later for the second line once everything has settled down again. Practicing for just finding out what's a good way. Okay, this is bad. But yeah, with the 5 legs, we should be able to outrun. A lot of the biter types. I won't be doing this as close to my base, because close to my base we can simply use the infinite coins and go around manually, and with the coins we have a lot more damage on the nukes. So yeah, the damage upgrades not really necessary. Okay, I'm out of nukes. Don't tell me I spent 480 nukes, there were probably not that many in here. I think I just spent 40. Okay. Yeah, it was only 40 nukes. Only 40 nukes were fired so far. It's pretty good, I suppose. I'm just gonna finish the loop. On those nests, it's most important that we get the worms, I suppose. And then we can come in with the laser defenses again later. The key is going to be to not linger in one place for too long. I have some damage over time effect. Hopefully it stops. Alright, we made it one loop. Do we have a repair tank close by? One over here. I think we're gonna be racking up the points though for the revenge attacks. Hello, tank. I am damaged too. Can you please fix me? Must probably my own bot. Oh yeah, it's my own bot. I had my robot network on, that was my mistake. Wait. I'm not driving remotely. I probably should be driving remotely. Alright. Let's go back to the beginning and see the effect. Are we grinding them down? I think one more laser. We're gonna get this one, and that's gonna be it, I think. There's just too much cost for not enough benefit anymore. This is probably too much. Yeah, well, yeah, that was too close. I just want to see, can I take out the worms without getting annihilated? Might be pretty hard. This is a annoying area as well. But we have to not get hit by that slowdown effect. If we get hit by the slowdown effect, that's basically a death sentence. I think we're gonna need like up to like 50 Spidertrons on the field. Really? Okay. Was a nuclear spider detonating itself on me. These worms don't die that easily either, I have to say. No, the worms might respawn as well. It's probably not the best strategy what I'm doing right now. It looks fairly hard to just take out the worms too, if really. Maybe it's gonna have to be all nukes. Okay, I'm dead. Okay, somehow survived that. I have no idea how. But if we're gonna be this precise, and we have to go this deep, look at the nests, they are already pretty damaged. Oh boy. Oh no. Yeah. That's gonna happen more often than I'm willing to admit, probably, but that... I mean, after shooting that many nukes, I guess we can remotely drive the green one now, which has the followers. If I just don't shoot... Can I just laser this? We kinda can, but we take damage. We do take damage. Also, we're wasting a ton of rockets on all of these biters. Okay, I just lost all my 10 follower spiders in one go because of the poison effect there. So Look at that. Just a trail of dead spiders there. Not gonna be easy. Let's zap ourselves. Alright. No, I think all the offense is gonna have to be done with nukes. And we can only, like... We cannot go in with an army of spiders like that, it seems. So what is the use of these guys then? Is there a use? Yeah, the slowdown effect is pretty bad. They're gonna get bodied. Not having control over what they fire at is also not great. For this specific mission. And if it goes wrong massively in one go. Yeah, not really sure what to do. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm in the spider. Artillery is not useless against all kinds of nests. Okay, let's pretend got artillery researched. I don't know if it actually matters if it's researched or not. If you do these kind of shenanigans. We'll grab some like free inserters so we can do things. Thing is though, these do not scale. So the poison nests get zapped pretty easily. This nest is just out healing the artillery damage. So now we're stuck in an infinite loop, I suppose. It's taking damage, finally. But not a lot. Alright, it's just a nest, it's not even a hive. Alright, so of course we don't need to automatically target. We can manually target. Artillery remote. Right, so 2 of those. Can probably take out the worms like that. Maybe not. Yeah, taking out the worms. The problem is the explosive damage is killing some of the biters as well, which heals the worms again. Try stacking damage on this guy. Yeah, no, it's out healing the damage. from like a barrage of 12 artillery turrets. With ease. But what is dying then? Is it just the poison biters dying? So maybe we should get rid of... everything else then. Promise we're not gonna have vision in here. I'm being very wasteful, but I guess that's okay. So these biters should not be dying. To the artillery shells, like the poison biters do. Juggernaut biters are too strong. So yeah, we can take out worms with artillery, but that is expensive as well, man. Take like 70-ish damage per hit. 2500 hit points. That's like 35 shells for one worm if it doesn't heal. Let's say 40 shells per worm. There's also 40 manual clicks per worm, so that's a lot of clicking. Yes, it is possible. It's at least not entirely useless, let's call it like that. How are the revenge attacks going? Holy! Yeah, that's the other point with artillery. I think artillery causes disproportionately large revenge attacks to form. That's already true in vanilla. But it's probably even more the case in Rampant here. Artillery does not have priority lists, no. The thing is, I don't need the artillery really to manually target the other nests, because where's my own spider? I think I don't have my own spider anymore. Or do I? I don't even need to drive in the spider. The explosive rockets are pretty good at taking down all of the other nests, so artillery is kind of a waste on those. I mean, it does take some effort, but just the normal explosive rockets are probably the cheapest way. Take out the other nests. En wat die hotkey is voor artillerie. Alt T. Alright, Alt T. One, two, three, about 3 to 4 shots. We already have a pretty large manual targeting range. It's not like 20 chunks just yet. But with a couple range upgrades we could potentially reach the full extent. Outside our base. Let me just check in this corner. Alright. No, chart. Right, this is what now exists. Okay, so we actually haven't generated that much more terrain. This does not exist yet. As you can see, there is nothing there. Alright, so this is our range. So we already almost have the 20 chunk range orthogonally, I suppose. We do need to have it diagonally if we want the full range. Range. Okay, we have one level of range now. One level of range covers 20 chunks. Only the corners are not covered. So it is doable. To reach that. Range 2 is already 4k. And that covers almost the corner. And I guess we can use our roboports to place the turrets out here. To actually cover the corner. Without going outside of it. So 2 levels of range upgrade already seems enough to reach the entire generated map. I know, I think spiders and nukes is just still the only recipe so far that I think is feasible. The only other real thing we really can do I don't know if that will work. We cannot do the laser defense spiders, they are too slow. We need the 5 legs for the speed. Or we'll just bite the dust. Alright, let's at least, now that we have the map explored, let's just go back here. We'll explore the map from here. Don't think I was outside the base just yet. this is what we can see, and this is what exists. Let's put the new base corners down. It was some blueprint over here. Okay, still out of... This is still far out of the generated map still even. I just really want to check. Okay, we already exceed. I think, yeah, we were out here already. Of course, we had a base over here, so that is why this is generated. So... we already quite exceed the 20 chunk limit on some of these. I guess we have been walking around and healing up over here and all of that kind of shit. Shenanigans. No, you don't get coins if you kill the nest with the spiders. You need to be there. You need to be there in person. Okay, so after all of this, I'm still not sure then how to go forward. Will an army of spiders do anything for me at all? I guess what we might need instead are builder spiders protected by rocket spiders. So the nuke spider is going to have to get separated from the group. And instead... so this is going to be just protection spiders after most of the damage is done, just from like biters which walk around and start nests and randomly targeted attacks from like a small group of biters. There are no biters which are immune both to lasers and to rockets. Actually, there is one type. I think the sappers have higher resistance against both. Yeah, 65% explosion resistance and 93% laser resistance. So what do they die from? Physical, alright. We cannot do physical with the spider tree. These also do a sizable amount of damage. But alright, let's ignore that for now. I think it's not unovercomable. So basically what we need is builder spiders. Don't really know how, but should be able to power that with one reactor, generally speaking. So we can control 100 bots. And we'll need... we'll basically just need to give it stuff to remotely build out walls in areas that have been cleared. So we go out, nuke a large territory, kill most of the biters, and then just wall it off like this. With our builder spiders without generating new terrain. Well, we gotta delete the raiders from the blueprint, I suppose. So if we do that in a strategic way, right, that, for example, this would prevent biters from other areas of the map migrating back into this area, although they might try. The biters don't have any trouble just like zapping everything straight out of existence instantly. That's probably the way to go. And in that case, it's still pretty far away that we can actually start clearing out the space. Alright, so actually we don't need to further expand the base. This could already be the entire map if I simply build walls. It's not gonna work. We need to find water borders to do that, but let's ignore that. If I build walls to stop the biters from going back, we can access the resources by also building everything with remotely controlled spiders. We can build a uranium mine, bring the uranium back, and then refine it in the base, without me generating the terrain all the way around it. So that is actually pretty promising. That means we don't need to create a stupidly large base. It does mean like most of my coins are going to be worthless. Alright, and so with that in mind, let's first look what is generated right now in the actual save. It is this area. So 1055 north, 1184 south, 1700 and 1200. So let's say if we go 1200, 1200, 1200, and then this one is a bit larger, 1800. Minus 20 chunks. Means I can go out to 1160. It's probably roughly where I was before. Alright, 12, 12, 12, 18. That's easy to remember. Let's go back to the giant loaded map already. Okay, this is a little bit cheeky, I suppose. But there's a canal right here. So normal biters cannot... We still can have underground biters past that, I suppose. But if we don't generate land beyond like this area over here, this water will completely cut off any biters coming in from the south. This is basically a separated part of the map. And then if we go north here, yeah, that can basically be the edges of the map, which can only be reached by going through these gaps over here. So no biters can go around. So if we find that on all four sides, we're basically set, I think. Oh, there might be something here. I cannot really put my finger on it exactly just yet, but I think there's something in there. Something promising is hiding in here. I think if we do the artillery route, we will go the artillery train way. Those can load 100 shells per wagon. And they are at the perimeter by default if we just build the rails along the edges. That braking speed is gonna come in handy. Alright. What does it mean for the actual playthrough right now then? I guess we do want to get the weapons damage. 15% explosive damage is gonna translate into not quite 15% less nukes, because most nests die in a single blow. So maybe 10% less nukes. Is that worth it? I'm not convinced. That doesn't really matter. So I got 24 coins, man. I kind of want to go out to set like a square base then, I suppose. The 20 chunk perimeter will have to be cleared with actually honestly produced nukes. So the most efficient area of a base I can make is actually gonna be a square. I will control the most resources. I will be able to clear the most amount of biters with my 3 nukes. And the perimeter is not gonna increase that much if we do that. Yeah, I'm still not sure how to keep the building spiders safe. I guess the army we just had of 10 spiders should do the job. I might want to separate out the rocket spiders from the laser spiders, so I can just manually send in the correct group for the type of biter that's approaching. But honestly, that is just about resource saving, so maybe I shouldn't care. The trick now is to find the quote-unquote correct distance then, where I should manually go out. I think I'll have a look at that off-cam at some point. It does not really matter for what we should be doing next. I don't even know what we should be doing next, to be honest. So what are Spidertrons made of? I kind of maybe want to reserve the items to produce it, but not actually spend it. It's mostly LDSs and blue chips. This is LDSs and blue chips. This is a lot of blue chips. A bunch of electric engines. There's not too much specific. It's all just LDS and blue chips, the expensive stuff at least. So I guess we are already saving those. Alright, let's break it down. That is cheap. Exoskeletons. 10 blue chips each. And 30 electric engines. I just want to request the goods for a spider without actually making it. I guess there's going to be steel as well. Was it 10? 20. Alright, so that's 3 legs. I guess the raiders we are already making those. So that is direct stuff. Raiders 2. This is processing units and low densities. We need 2 of them, right? Yeah, 2. That's 400 and 100. And I guess 8 fuel cells. That reminds me, do I want to limit fuel cell production? Might want to limit fuel cell production. Do not go completely crazy. It looks like all reactors have automated nuclear fuel now, right? That's these ones. Those are the most expensive. Rocket launchers, I'm not producing those. That's just stuff which I carry anyway, so that's not even gonna put it in there. Efficiency modules. So that's a tricky one. Let's skip that. We'll do these direct and the fish. So directly 16 green chips and 150 LDS. And 1 fish. I guess we can put the 4 rocket launchers there even though we don't have them. And the 2 Mark III efficiency modules are the last difficult thing. So it is 4 Mark IIs. So it's going to be 25 red and blues. And 20 normal efficiency modules. Okay, we can do something with that. So 25 red and blues and 20 normal efficiency modules, which I'm willing to just make. We'll use those anyway, but we'll only turn them into Mark IIIs when we actually want to make spiders. So this is the entirety of it. So it's about 500 blue chips and 250 LDSs. Alright, we'll get precise amounts. That's basically a spider in a chest, without actually committing to already transform all the expensive blue chips and LDSs into the stuff that's needed for it. Spider ingredients in chest. Okay, so when we want spiders, we can just paste that down. And the bots will fill it over time. I think for now we'll get rid of it. And I shouldn't have done that manually, apparently. Okay. So what do we do now? What can we do now? Okay, we're out of batteries now. I guess we're doing science now with the bot frames. I guess we need to make more sulfuric acid. The petroleum gas is low as well. So these are chipping in. I think we should probably set up more oil refining then. Because if I increase battery production, I'm just going to run out of sulfuric acid again. We could try. I mean, it's not too hard to just plop a couple ones on there. Can do it like right here at the uranium mine itself. Do we have these laying around? We do. 4. One bot carrying things. That's not 4 probably, but alright. We could do something like that. .25 batteries a second. These do about twice that. So that's like 150% more battery production. Alright, and then for output, so we can do this. Put 2 substations on it and we should be good. As soon as we Go a bit higher here. The bots are maybe a little bit too slow and far away. Extra batteries. Oh, hey, Alexman, thanks for the nice words. What's the conclusion from testing different peace enforcement techniques? I don't know yet. Probably just in order to not waste my 24 coins, I want to go for a larger area where I can clear a lot of the biters myself with nukes, with the infinite nukes. Yeah, we might just set an arbitrary number for the base size and then just try to clear the rest with spiders. I think cutting off the world generation with large water pools is going to be necessary though. Let me just check one more thing. So if I now go in editor mode, we can actually see what's going on here. Okay, so these chunks are not officially generated. You can see there's one chunk with full land, but no entities on it yet. You can clearly see like this biter base is cut off. The biters are allowed to walk on it though. But crucially, looks like the water border is already generated, so it's not land by default. Which means if we know where the water is, I guess we can even just find it with the spider. We can just find until there is like water somewhere. Like if I put a spider here. Let's not generate new chunks if we are at that mode. Then we can actually go there. Alright, so all of this does not exist. If I put a spider here, that will generate a 5x5 chunk area of land. It doesn't change anything over here. It does generate this, right? So let's simulate spider movement. We are over here. Alright. Yeah, oh sure. We're walking around. Okay, so we do generate the basic land, like 3 chunks beyond what the spider can see, right? So if I put a spider here, it can see until here, and it will generate this chunk right here. It can see on here, this chunk, it can see until here, it will generate to here. Yeah, so the basic land gets generated right there. It is important because we will not be able to see that on the map, basically. We will see this. But this is actually generated. That means if we go too far, we might actually... Alright, I will have an example pretty soon. There we go. Alright, so from the map view, let's put a couple more. So from the map view, we might think no biters can go past here because there's water, but actually they can because this land probably already allows the biters to pathfind through that. I'm not really sure how to keep biters out. I guess we're gonna have to do a variant of the Ultimate DeathWorld challenge. Laser wall to shoot the biters in the last chunks. So without... Let's switch on global electric network. So we don't actually have to power it right now. But basically... It's going to be a little bit hard to get this placed. We cannot place it here, right? Yeah, we are not allowed to place there. Are we allowed to place here? No. So I cannot place here. This chunk does not exist yet. Only this chunk exists. So if I place it here, only half will get placed. So beyond there, it doesn't exist. Okay, and that we can see on the map. So I just gotta get my spiders to build. If we cannot see biters, that means they don't exist if we go far enough out. So we just need to find new spaces to build a wall, I suppose. So... Okay, that is a lot of lag. Yeah, I'm just trying to get my laser turrets do some damage. Oh, of course, they're not shooting the nests because we have the target priority set up. So that is not working at all. So I just need general laser turrets then. I just want to clear this out if I can. Even with lasers everywhere, it's still pretty difficult. To take everything down. It takes like a half second for the laser turrets to completely like disappear. I cannot, even with God mode autoplays, I cannot grind them down. The healing effect is too strong. It's insane. So yeah, turret creep is not on the cards. I don't think turret creep is on the cards. We are losing 5,000 laser turrets in a minute. Like this, even if we can get them placed. Alright. Okay. So this area is cleared with nukes. Now we come in with the spider and I suppose we just build the same wall as we have been doing. Doesn't have to have roboports. Do roboports generate terrain? Yeah, they do. Okay, so they generate a lot of terrain. How did all of this get generated? Is it just by a roboport? One, two, three. Oh, no. I'm dumb. There was radars in there. That was stupid. Now this is generated. All the trouble for nothing. Yeah, this one doesn't have it. So I should get my spiders to just build this, right? Not necessarily on the very edgy edge, but in general something like this. And that should block the biters going over the semi-existing chunks. As they can walk there for sure. They have no problem walking there. Even on there. I cannot place them in here though, so they cannot route find. Yeah, okay, they cannot walk into the void chunks. Those don't exist yet. That's good to know. That means this will actually block the biters from going. So the 3 chunks beyond what we can see, biters can walk, but not further. So they get blocked by the actual black chunks. So this should be effective. We should be able to build this along the edge somehow. So I guess, yeah, the key is still going to be builder spiders following the nuke spiders. And we somehow have to keep the area clear with more nuke spiders and or... I don't know how exactly we're going to do it. It's going to involve a lot of spiders. Okay, we did. This kind of means it's not as crucially important as I thought it would be to like have the corners on the water. So we really can... I think what we should do is we should give ourselves a comfortable cushion of resources and then just stick to that area. And we might as well go for a square then. Thanks for the new spoon guide. Welcome, man. No spoon guide still should work. Decently the same. Except you can skip the rocket control unit part. And you will need slightly more blue chips as a result because of the one missing productivity bonus step. Alright, so maybe we do want to go south then. We kind of want to go like a similar distance from spawn. Actually, it still will be nice to have the corners on the lake. I think that is still going to be important. So that either suggests a stupidly large base. It is kind of square, this. Or we just design a proper corner with less of a weak spot, more gradual, maybe like a 5 corner chunk. It is still going to be weaker than the other stuff, but we have to wait for 2.1 for the diagonal flamethrowers for that. No, not necessarily, but you know, how would it even look? I guess we need a circle generator. And then like a 96 angle of 96 or 100 or so. A radius of 96. I'm not really sure I want to do that. I cannot draw a quarter circle to save my life. Okay, this is square root of 2 is 1 point. That's 2.8, so it should be 3. It actually has to pass through this point approximately. Alright, roughly like that. That is not too bad. Still not great, but... No, I don't think we're gonna do that. It still will have the same weaknesses, just to a lesser degree, but it still will be a weak point, whereas underwater, it is not even an issue. We got this base shape, which is not bad in terms of corners underwater. There will be a ton of resources in there. This is a large base though. I think it's beyond the scope of what we need. So maybe we do just stick to this shape over here. We can bring it out further, it looks like, onto this water. That will get us a bunch more resources in the background here. So if this is the northern edge over here, we can go onto this big lake. We can go to the south here. Because it's an island. Alright. That's a great lake here and then just here somewhere. That is not bad for a final base shape. Doesn't have as many resources as I would like. But the next opportunity to get those two chunks in the water is pretty far away. We do get another uranium patch in there. At 3 million. Yeah, otherwise, if that is not enough, we have to go all the way out here, which is pretty harsh. And we don't get that corner on the water unless we stop here. Okay, that might be the other option. So that's this point. Or this point. I think it's this point. Over here, over here. Over here. This is 10 million uranium though. That's 10,000 nukes in itself. Then this point is on the land. This point is on the land. It's not the easiest to find something that'll work. Here we're getting into the stupidly large base territory again, but I guess this would work. I guess it's part of this section over here. Ooh, that is a large area. Alright, so do we just not build the corners underwater, or maybe all but one? Okay, there's a different option. Let me just explore this. Alright. Okay, so let's say we got a shape that How would this work? We don't need a fully rectangular base, right? Or do we? Okay, let's say we want to claim this coal or something. And it has to somehow not line up with the water. Don't really know what I want to do. I have a feeling something should happen. Something is going to happen, but what? Let's say, I think something like this. Let's say we want to claim this stone, these resources over here. So this corner would have to be up here, right? But then it doesn't match because let's say the base goes here. So this corner would need to be up here. Let's pretend there is no water up there, so we couldn't do that. What we can do, I think, find a different water point. And have the inside corner. It does get back the problem with the inside corner and the bot network needing to be separated. But if we have a base shape like this, all corners could be underwater, and we could still, I guess we should be, then there will be resources which matter in this area instead of over here. So if there's no water, so basically I need to find the area, and if there's no water, I just need to extend the corner where there is no water. Yeah, I think I got it. I think I got it in my mind now. Let's go back here. There's not too many sources close by. I'm gonna say that is enough uranium. Okay. No, I still cannot get my head around it. So the further, yeah, it should look like what, at the water in a circular fashion or something. I can go on this pool with another corner and just connect it with an inside corner to claim more resources. So let's say I will put a corner here. I can then connect this like such with the inside corner. And that way I don't have to have the corner on the land over here. But I can still access some of the resources that I couldn't with a proper rectangle. Oh boy, I'm not sure if that is the way to go. But it is possible. Go massive, I don't know. I want to keep it not as small as possible, but I don't want to overextend too much. But yeah, I guess, is this an example? So we are missing this iron patch, kind of. We got more iron if we go this size. Is this a size we can go for? Another 3 million uranium there. I guess this technically is a size we can go for. It even might fit this over here. I still cannot collect this iron source without pushing both walls out. Still don't know how. How to make use of it. I think if we build out until this water bridge over here, we will get enough resources in there at least. In terms of iron and copper and stone. There's a lot of resources in this area over here. Way more than in some other areas of the map, it seems like. Bigger density here. Oh yeah, I see, okay. So we can claim this northern line up here. Go into the water. Stick to the water right here or the island. Whatever suits us. Go horizontal back. And instead of going out rectangular, we can then like go down somewhere, like maybe here already. To this pool. Onto this lake. And we will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 corners on the lake like this. At the cost of a separated roboport network, but with this corner not being on the land. And that allows us basically to get this amount of resources extra, which is not insignificant. There's a lot of stuff here. This is an oversized example though. Alright, so maybe I'm overthinking this, I don't know. Is this the actual save? It is. Yeah, but before I go nuking everything, I need to know what my limits are for walking out. So we gotta decide on a final base shape before we can really... We can always expand it later. Let's start small. We can expand it later. I guess this is... Let's just go with what we made already then. It will give us 2 more uranium patches. Up to 10,000 nukes. Which hopefully is enough. I don't think there's enough iron and copper in there, but we can extend it and it will give me at least a little bit of extra resources. And we might be able to put a corner here on the water and one over here or something. And we'll just do a disconnected Roboport network at that point, who cares? That'll for sure give us enough resources in here to make all the turrets we need. So yeah, okay, that is in the plan. We claim this rectangle first, which we already set up earlier. No, not that one. This one, just a small, simple one. With all 4 corners on the water. If it's not enough resources, we expand out to this water. If that's not enough resources, we expand out to probably something like this. Something like that, just to claim more resources. And if we need more uranium, I guess, then we'll just have to make a even larger square base. The thing is though, if I undershoot it, I will be spending actual nukes to clear out area which I could have cleared out with my coins. Right. So that should be the area then. That is the new base. With twice the perimeter. Let's save that. Alright. And then, I guess while we wait, we can maybe have some fun. Since I can walk around there manually. Do I just start clearing biters? I might just start clearing biters. Actually, we probably want to switch on the sounds for that. This might not be a great plan. Okay, so our sensors will have to be on again. We'll grab the legs from the spider. No laser defense. No Roboport. Just legs. We could do 2 more legs. Okay, I'm faster now than the spider. Okay, boy. Yeah, so I think expanding to the 4 water corners might be necessary as soon as possible, really. I think we're too early with the stuff, but I want to have some fun. Let's see what it will do on our defenses if we go out and rip and tear until it's done. I want to get 2 more legs. I don't have blue chips. Speed up time. I don't think we're gonna keep this safe, but we should be maximum speed here. Alright, so we got our confinements. We were already higher than that. So yeah, it still needs some fine-tuning, but let's just go. We'll nuke some biters and see what happens to our defenses. Will they hold or not? And can I survive just running around like this? I guess we have a finite amount of runability. Oh, cliff explosives. leave explosives on 1 in case I run myself into a corner. I might have already ran myself into a corner here. Okay, just consume it. Just go. Now we have the infinite ammo. Oh, I should have... Maybe some shields wouldn't hurt, actually. I'm stuck in a corner. I think I have a longer range with my personal rocket launch than with the spider. It kind of feels like it. I don't know if that's true. I guess we could check it. Oh boy, I forgot about those guys. I think some shields are definitely in order if you want to do this. Because those guys just zapped me instantly, man. Holy moly, that was a lot of damage. Don't you get a range boost from the coin? I don't think so. But I know the nuclear missile has a range modifier. It used to be 3 times bigger range, but they changed it to 150%. So 10% shooting speed modifier. And 150% range modifier. I guess that will go for the Spider-Tron rocket launcher as well. My own one has 36 range. So we have 48 range, I suppose. No, 54 range. That is like almost 2 chunks. The Spider-Tron rocket launcher is a different thing though. I guess... Oh, it does have 36 range as well. So looks like I am incorrect there. Alright, so let's try a different loadout. Let's keep the reactor and we'll add the shields we've got. At least they regenerate while we are shooting. Okay, I'm just going to consume a coin on the minute or slightly after. So 17. Okay, consume the coin. Fighters are already enraged. Yeah, we're gonna have to be careful for those hit scan worms. Okay, I think again the game is just go around, don't go back ever. Okay, wait. I think we can switch off the flash. Perhaps. Oh, that's much better. Is that really so different? I just destroyed those worms. I didn't save. I thought I saved there. I just changed the settings. Alright, I guess we cannot test it then. Let's stop wasting time. Oh, I didn't put the cliff explosives close by this time. That seems pretty survivable. I guess at some point the biters are getting so enraged that they'll outspeed me. I think that's a thing. I should probably just farm these with my for the extra coins, but just for now. Oh, that cursed flame is dangerous as well. We got another. I don't really want to try it out anymore. We know now that the shields are working. Probably should get landfill as well. Okay, the bots can place that back. I guess we are going out for a second round. Stuck in the trees. I would really love the mech armor for this. I think this is alright. Oh, I didn't switch on the alert sounds again for this save. So we might kind of get a false sense of security. I think we're gonna go for a large base. Because if I undershoot the size of the base, then I'll just be spending way more resources in the end anyway. Fighters are scarily fast at the moment. Wait, what? How do those two things happen at the same time? I shot myself with my own nuke. Alright. Almost out of time. Okay. I should have run out of time slightly sooner. That would have been better. We're getting a lot of underground revenge attacks, it seems. Which is not necessarily super bad. Yeah, nuclear biters solve themselves. That much is clear. Alright, so technically, if we want to expand here, we need a lot of stone to get into the water. We can we can just leave this wall in place. We do have a disconnected area here, but we could potentially just build a wall then here, I suppose. That's good. We just need to wall around the uranium, so we could build something out here. To defend that. There's nothing else in that area which we need. And that way we avoid having to use a ton of landfill to get all the way out there on the lake. Kind of feels we should probably expand to the right first then, to get our hands on the stone. I don't know. It kind of feels not like the best of ideas to spend a nuclear coin on this. I cannot really move around freely in this area a lot. I could just try to clear it with explosive rockets. We've got a lot of those remaining still. And Nuke is 1000, yeah, it's 1000 different explosions, right? So I survived the first one, and yeah, like that. Kind of makes sense. I'm analysis paralysing myself into a corner right now. I don't know how to proceed. What is the best way to go forward? I kind of think we do go for war. We have done basically most of what we could. I guess we could build more oil to help the batteries along. Although it does seem like we are keeping up still. I guess we are using these batteries, right? Yeah, these darts are producing continuously. I'm gonna up amounts on the chests a bit, since they have gotten faster. Alright, so can we afford to expand in 2 stages? The defensive line here is pretty good. The water tilts back slightly, which means the biters come around it, and then they won't run into like a poorly defended corner or edge or something. Like if we were defending with the biters coming from this side and the wall being here, it would be bad because all of these biters just converge onto this corner over here. But from the other side, we have the turrets lining down deeper than the biters are coming from. We also have landfill, so I guess does not really matter too much. I just deleted my blueprint corners. Okay, I'll just put it where the wall is. It's going to be a large base. Alright. 1 second, I need to take a quick break. I'll be back in 5 minutes or so. Alright. Let's answer some 30-minute-old questions of people who have already left after the break. Are you in space or just one planet? Yeah, this is just vanilla Factorio, so no space age. Infinite nukes is infinite landfill. Not really. I think the biters only make landfill if they die on the water border. I guess we could farm that with nukes, but just getting the regular stuff out of there is going to be good enough. Did I save before the break? I think we're going to go back here, yeah? Probably shouldn't have done that. We are waiting for tech to complete anyway. Alright, I did make a decision though during the break. So if we're going to go for this base, uranium mining is going to be the limiting factor. So we probably should direct our efforts towards claiming the uranium sources as soon as possible, even if it means making a separate wall over here. And only then we'll try to claim the stone. I think this could be an example of that inside corner idea we had earlier. Just go up here, then just build a wall out here, and we will need hardly any landfill to complete it, I think. In that case, I think we're gonna set up at least some landfill. We cannot wait to farm all of it. We don't have landfill anywhere. We need to find... did I put requester chests somewhere which are requesting like landfill? Or maybe repair packs as well. There shouldn't be a requester chest in this area at all. There are 4 requester chests here. It's from the nuclear plant. Okay, so that's good. That is good. And there's a ton of requester chests in the base, obviously. There are none over here. There are none over here. Alright, so I don't have requester chests set up which to request landfill unless... Four there, 17. Unless they're actually in the base. I don't think I set any up. So not really sure how I want to do this though. Maybe we don't set up automated landfill. Alright, so this has stopped producing. That's good. Alright, so if we're directing our efforts towards conquering the uranium as soon as possible, we should probably... We can make... This is a bit cheesy. We can make some parts of the water. We just circle, strafe and win. I mean, it's not like we have not been doing any of that before. We We could consider spending a coin. They're easy to farm, so why not? The thing is, then we do want to place some landfill on the lake ahead of time with a spider, I suppose, so we can escape the biters back to the comfort of our base. Does not really need to be anything fancy, really. Oh, it might be that it might be that the landfill thing is a result of that. Kind of thinking about underground attacks here. I think we can just start here. Okay, so we should be able to walk over that, right? Let's go with... Do we build the entire pattern like this? I don't know if I like this. This might be too cheesy even for my liking. It's very effective, I think. We could do diagonal as well, but we won't. Alright. We made it to here. Okay, that's nuclear biters now. Good to know. Like, do we build a different part as well? That's theoretically a nice farmable nest, but I don't think we're gonna be farming. Is that good enough already? Animation is a little bit funny. This corner is kinda defended. Yeah, I don't know about that. I cannot really do a lot with nukes, I think. I'm gonna try anyway. So this is finally for real. We're gonna spend the first coin, I suppose, without much other preparation. Legs, no roboports. Some shields. That worked well. Alright. Here we go. 5 minutes. 25 minutes on the clock. I have it until 30. Alright. Let's escape where no biter can follow us. I guess the underground attacks kind of can follow us. This is going to be a single strike and run. Those are the dangerous zapper worms. Run away. Oh boy. Yeah, this is super cheesy. But free nukes are free nukes. Cannot really argue with that. Okay, there's underground attacks there. I shoot. There's underground attacks here as well. If they just pop up on top of... There's everywhere underground attacks. Holy smokes. Oh, I'm in too far. Nuclear biters there as well. Okay, we are 2 minutes in and looks like we cleared almost the entire area already. I'm in too dangerous terrain now, man. The entire map is gonna look like a nuclear explosion after this, though. I'm gonna die. I took it too far. Let's spend the last 2 minutes then just clearing out some biters on the north edge there. I feel like these biters are all disproportionately fast already. One more minute. Here were those dangerous worms. Okay, if I can, I want to take out those 2 poison nests south. On the south side here, which are directly adjacent to my walls. That would be very convenient. I think we did that. Let's call that good. That's the end of the coin effect. Yeah, coin spent. That was a coin well spent. I think we probably got up to that limit of about 42,000 points. After which the enemy will just spend points continuously. So we might want to keep an eye on how our defenses are doing. Yeah, we have lost 300 different things. Yeah, 42,000 points. So this is gonna be a fairly hard counter-strike. I think it already was a fairly hard counter-strike. We lost like a ton of stuff in a short amount of time. So these points will not build up. They will build up above 42k, but they just get spent immediately, which leads to incredibly large revenge attacks. But I think that's already over. It is just happening while we are doing it. Now we're still going to get a lot of revenge attacks for a while. But the base should be able to handle it. I hope. Alright. So, yeah, we did clear out most of that. Let's go back to the spider. Probably should have prepared it at least a little bit better. For the post cleanup. Alright. So I guess we just temporarily charge a bit. Put less laser defenses in than normally. Yeah, we do have a normal amount of spider cleanup. We do have a normal amount of rockets left. So we'll see how far we can get with that. This area is pretty clear. Oh, we have been slowed. Oh, there's a ton of nuclear biters in there still. That is not great either. Yeah, the nuclear stuff is definitely much easier with the atomic bombs. So we still have to push this back. Didn't push this far enough. And the issue is everything is in the same area now, which doesn't make it much easier. And I don't really got escape pods. Oh no, oh no. I think if we can clear out this corner though, we are in a decent... I don't know, it's like disorganized ants. I guess that biter was angry at a tree or something. Let's go fix up over here. I don't have any roboports in my armor. Should probably have one. I guess those guys can go smash into my walls. That's gonna be difficult to push if we don't cheese it further. Okay, it doesn't really make sense to try to take out all of those guys. Our walls are doing okay, it looks like. Because the repair tanks will be a bit busier than normal. But in general, it's fairly automated. I guess if they are gonna go for the walls, we can just go in every time for a strike or two. We're not in a hurry anymore. So why not build another part? This is acceptable level of cheese still. But yeah. Ooh, that hurts. Just to stand on it hurts like a maniac. I guess that we can escape, but I think the worms have a bit longer range than my rocket launcher does. So how do I get out of here now? Where do we want to build the wall in general? I think about here. So technically we have pushed those biters back far enough, I think. Alright, nothing left. Kind of depends how long are the biters going to keep this area free. And how am I going to build out my wall, but in general I think that could be it. For clearing the uranium at least. Uranium area clear. This line is probably the correct one. In order to stop biter attacks. It's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 straight pieces of blueprint. So while the biters spend all their revenge points and whatnot, let's go collect the stuff and do some inventory management again, because why not? What's in the personal armor? It's very ice. normally like this when I sit in the spider to go attack. We need, yeah, we are out of sulfuric acid now. That was predictable, I suppose. Yeah, we're not out of oil, we're just out of, I guess, sulfur mostly. So we'll have to just properly build something like that. This is hurting my uranium. But this patch will run out entirely anyway, so it's, in the long term, it doesn't matter. The real question is, what will we do with research after this tech is complete? We have 2 satellites ready to go, I think. We have 1 satellite ready to go. And we got a lot of science left over actually, so I think maybe this is all not working as well as it should. I think it can already insert the satellite before the rocket is ready actually. That's how we ended up with 2K science. I think we will do mining productivity 4. It's probably worth it in the grand scheme of things. We calculated that 4,000 infinite tech cost us about, what was it again, 500,000, 400k or something. But that was without purple science. So with purple science, we're still looking at about 400k. Probably a net gain still. And we do seem to have enough resources to do it, but let me just manually, let's just switch this off. I think controlling this by hand was the right way to do it. And we've got 2 satellites ready still. And this thing is just full of resources. So we're just gonna have 1 satellite in there again. I kind of want to manually control what's going on with the more expensive resources. Got 2 rockets ready and 2 satellites ready basically. So let's switch off these inserters. So since they are ready, I guess we'll launch them. Because we cannot get back the resources anymore anyway. So that'll give me, let's hold off on that, 2.4, about 3.4k space science. That is enough for 1 more damage upgrade, almost exactly so. There goes another one. Now we're just gonna hold off. I think we'll let's just get we'll get the 7 levels of braking speed after this. Alright, 3.3k. I guess we'll have to count how much is left after this completes. Then we can decide what to do with space signs. We have another rocket ready, like, just from the chests over here. We have a giant mess of things everywhere anyway, so let's just delete a bunch of stuff from the inventory while we wait. We wouldn't need that anymore. Okay, there we go. Sure. Energy weapons damage 9 finished. So now the laser turrets do 108 damage. They get like 14 damage per level, if I'm not mistaken. Just a flat 14 extra per level now. The laser defenses get have it worse. I think they get a flat 7 extra damage. So 54 laser damage. 54 laser damage, 4.8 times a second. Is still not nothing. So our personal laser defenses do 260 DPS. And we've got like 15 of them in the armor, normally. So that is... Let's say 4000 DPS if we put all 16 in. There's 4000. 15 that's 3900 DPS, right? So that's like 1 Juggernaut per second. 1 level 10 Juggernaut biter per second. Which is not great. That means that it takes a minute to take out a group of 60. Which is the standard attack group size Rampant seems to throw at us these days. The squad size is 60. 51, 60. So it is still not super great, but it is something. Right, we can precisely see how much space signs we have made. 18,000, and we have consumed 14,281. Let's say 14,282. We got 3,718 signs left with 20% productivity in the lab. If this is in brackets at least, that turns into... Why is this not negative? There's probably a bug in this calculator. Anyway, the order of magnitude seems to be correct. We got 4,461 signs left. So we can research another damage upgrade. And I think we have enough for the first level of mining productivity if we launch 2 more rockets. Or Yeah, that gets us above 6,500. So 2 more rockets. I think we can do that. Okay, this is exactly right now. Let's disable that. Oh, sorry, let's disable the chest I wanted to see. And let's also disable that chest. We'll enable the inserters. And we'll get another set for the satellite. That's going to be the last 2 rockets we'll send. In that case, there is 1 more damage upgrade to get. Which is probably going to have to be explosives. To save on late game nukes. Kind of makes sense. And the mining productivity. We'll get the mining productivity first. But first we'll get, even faster, we'll get the train braking speed upgrades. Complete 3, then min prot 4 and rocket damage for 4k, and then that's it. The nuclear fuel cells, yeah, they're automated now, so that can no longer go wrong. We like to think at least. We have limited them. I kind of feel we have at least 9,000 shiny green rocks already, plus whatever is in these chests. I think we want to triple this at least, maybe quadruple it already. But let's first finish science. I know what I'm doing. Right. So I want to go out there. I need a blueprint. That is what I should be using my requester chest for. I want the bots to bring me things. And the things I want them to bring me are basically the straight version of this blueprint. And I want it like 5 times. You know, if 10 times fits in this chest. So 5. And then another copy of it. So I'll wait for the bots to do that. I think we have stabilized again in terms of fighters. They are settling like on my border now. That might be an issue. I think that's one of the reaction things they can do is settle on your borders like that. So I have to keep an eye on that. Yeah, like this over here. I think they are settling right now. Let's just go there. While the bots are doing things. I still got my laser defense thing in, so we should be alright. Oh boy. Probably should save. I don't really want to spend a coin to take out that single nest. We could just spam it with rockets instead. I don't have repair packs. But that is too close by. I can check the pollution cloud to see... The pollution cloud doesn't reach far enough. Okay, I think we got one of the worms. Yikes. Still didn't save. I was way too close for not having saved for a while. I kind of feel like it's almost like the map has been like divided into sections where different biters can spawn and respawn. Like here we got these guys respawning all the time. Looks like here we got the juggernauts in this corner. Okay, let's do save this time. I got another coin from that. Heck yeah. I got my coin back. Wasn't even trying to farm. Okay, we should be able to out-zap that now. Alright. I think this is new as well. Let's zap this one. If we can. We can. And I got another coin. 25. Why not? 2 OP. Okay, I do see a nuclear spot in there, so I probably just missed a couple biters there. I think there was another group settling on the front line somewhere on the left side. Yeah, over there. Let's heal up before going in there. Yeah, that is too close. The worms are settling. This is a settled group. They are not responding. It's a chaotic group. They are settling on my walls right there. And they will continue to settle unless I destroy them. My own flamethrowers are the most dangerous here. I need to go around. Thanks, Wolf Commander. Are we winning? I don't know. It feels like a stalemate for now. Let's check, is this gone? Not quite. The fireworms have longer range than all the other ones, I'm pretty sure. There's nothing here anymore, which is settling. Is this a new base? I don't think it is. I think that's fine. I think we're okay for the rest over there. I guess let's go take another look over here just to be sure. See what's going on. If anything is settling, we can stop it. Still seems pretty clear-ish. 2 worms, can I just zap those? I can. Hopefully that doesn't lead to revenge settlements. It does seem we can just build the wall here. They will just let us do that, I feel. Okay, I guess we go pick up the supplies. We need, additionally, we need a lot of red belts and perhaps magazines for the turrets. And a bunch more pipes to bring out the flamethrowers. Would probably help if I build a blueprint for that. So let us first grab some red belts. 1,000 should be enough. And mostly some of these pipes. Maybe a stack of those. And for the rest it's just these two chests over here. Looks like we can carry all of that in the inventory. Really? We can. And that should be enough. Do we trust the... Do we just use the belt? I think we should take ammo. At least some. I think we'll build from the spider, so we'll keep the lasers instead of the legs, so we can survive. Well, ammo, electricity on the water. Don't think we really need to. The thing is, I can make a blueprint for this. I mean, technically we can just extend this out here and then just go up. That is how we originally planned to do it. I don't think though we need this corner to be on the water per se, since the biters are going to come in from this angle anyway. They are not going to come in on the corner even if the corner is right here. So I really think we should go not here. We should go here. So it's like one chunk before that corner. It's gonna be hard to prevent revenge attacks. Probably just want to do something like this. Put a splitter in there. Priority to my side. And just start bringing it out. Do we just try this? Let's just see if we can do it without making any blueprint. Shenanigans. Shouldn't be doing that too much because I'm not packing the correct stuff to be able to build that. Things we also need the oil pipe to go out. Oh, the repair tank is fixing me up. I guess we'll use a pump from the get-go. This doesn't feel like a great idea. Just manually build it like this. Nuclear biters are gonna detonate this anyway, but it might keep out some of the other biters. Probably it won't. I have a hotbar with sinks. There's quite a distance. Pipes are so finicky to build. Yeah, we might get struck with fighters coming in at any moment here. Let's not worry too much about how it exactly flows. I hope those 1000 belts are gonna be enough. Okay, we're getting a bit closer. That is a little bit dangerous for the proximity-based attacks kind of thing. Forgot to bring power along as well. And I forgot to bring substations along. So now I'm going to leave all this behind. I can maybe have the bots bring some of these over. We don't have them anymore. Can I make some? A little bit. Okay, I guess we're using those. What could go wrong with a finicky wooden power line? We need the lasers to have power though, so there is that. I could steal the substations perhaps from... There should be some in here. There are not, in fact, because we never automated those. That's what you get for not automating things. Alright, we cannot wait on that stuff. I can't believe I haven't been punished yet for what I'm doing right here. I think that is enough of an... for the altitude at least. Alright, I'm scared. As long as power is connected, the laser turrets are the first thing that should be up. We need to build it in this line. Just bring power, I suppose. Don't have the other stuff be too far behind. Hopefully. I'm gonna go for it. Ah. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm gonna abandon the bots there. It's always like that. It's always like that. Okay, laser turrets are connected. Now let's get the rest connected. Before another giant attack wave comes in. Of course. I don't know how we got away with it so far. Okay, there they come. Probably gonna invoke more attacks. They are so close by. They're not triggering for some reason. I am not complaining. The flamers have oil. We even have a tank repair belt in here. Okay, that was way too easy. I don't know why that was so easy. It shouldn't be this easy. We have no robots on here. I don't really think we can use the existing roboport network for this, but that was too easy. At least that's what it feels like right now. Okay, we do need... can I make some? I don't think I have any stuff on me whatsoever. We'll leave this behind. No, the pollution doesn't really do much to... Like, efficiency modules don't do much. They do a lot in the early game. When pollution-based biters are still pretty numerous, because the pollution cost per biter is low. But now the extra attacks from Rampant scale up both in size and in biter level simultaneously. So now the pollution-based attack is like probably less than 1% of all of the attacks we're getting in total. So I forgot to enable that one. Get 2 rockets. I can just let this finish, actually. That will be my 2 rockets. I messed this up again, somehow. Keep messing this up. But no more than 2 rockets should be ready at any one point. And we got 2 satellites worth of stuff in here. So we can do this as well. Put another set of ingredients in there. That should be the 2 satellites. And that should be the last rockets. Alright. Wait, we have a situation, right? Wait a minute. We are panicking because, yeah, that entire new left flank is completely unprotected. So let's make at least some roboports. I need steel. Of course I need steel. Not what else could I need? There should be steel over here. There is. There is not really steel over here. There should be steel over here. Alright, roboports. Guess we need some logistics bots in there as well. 9 roboports, sure. Sorry, construction bots should be in there. Alright, and yes, not really repair packs, but all the elements, I think we have all the elements. We could just do this one more time, just to be sure we have all the elements. I do want to make a repair tank, which means I need 2 personal robots, which means I need some batteries. We still have batteries. Okay, we do have some batteries. We can make... Oh god, we're gonna handcraft those again, aren't we? 2 of those. I think 16 of those is correct. And a tank. We need engines for a tank. Plain old regular engines. Then we can do the 16 solar panels. I can at least grab these, right? That is something. Alright. Yeah, pretty good. Grab those. That should at least keep it under control a little bit. I do need repair packs, but we are making them somewhere over there. All this music is factory music. Some of it is from the expansion, which I pasted into the base game. These are probably pretty full. Actually, no. Actually, yeah, they are. Guess we will reclaim the landfill again to remove all evidence of us cheesing away at it as much as we did. Alright, our flamethrowers in fact do not have any fuel because I never connected it. It is going to be an imperfect system. So be it. We want the tank belt. We have to give it some space. Is this going to be a single tank? I think it should be enough. We cannot have a two-sided belt. Okay, 1 second. No, I don't think we're gonna go full productivity just yet. We might need to go full productivity. I don't know, I just always feel like it's not really worth it or something. Okay, so I guess storage chest will be here. We'll do 2. I guess we can do requester chest. Let's place 1 at the back here. And 1 at the back here. Then we can see what needs to be in there. Why not have enough stuff? All of it. No roboports though, no radars, I don't think. So something like that is pretty good. And because I still don't have steel chests in my inventory apparently. We'll have to do it like this. And then we'll change it for storage chests. And the bots can access it. The bots which don't exist just yet, but they will now. And they're placing the rails. Right, I think we can do the tank next. We have the repair tank. I guess we just paste it from one of our existing tanks. If I can find any. That didn't do anything. Maybe it pasted the requests. Yeah, which we don't need here. We don't need requests here. This is a... This is a separate tank. Full stack of bots, a lot of repair packs. These 2 roboports, which we had somewhere. And this, that should do it. Let's try to charge it up quickly. And we'll just have it go on the belt. Make sure there are no obstacles in the way. So let's turn around here. We can make a tight turn. The roboports are in the way though. Okay, they will crash into the roboports. One tile should be enough to get around it. We just do this. That's a little bit dumb. What is the alternative though? The alternative is watching these nuclear biters explode on my wall. Okay, good enough. I don't think this is a good idea. I would rather probably just do this then. To make it pass. That should not be in the way. I don't think I have enough belts for this. We can use some red ones, I suppose. Okay, we do have enough belts. Guess that the bots stole some from us. Guess the rails is what is going to be missing the most. We shouldn't get attacked too often in this area here. Okay. Success, I think. New wall protected. So we got the uranium. I don't think underground biters will be able to go around that far without materializing anywhere. Ooh, okay. There might be actually underground biters be able to pathfind through there. And if I clear that, then they still can go through here, probably. So, do I need to build a corner? Might need to build a corner. It was supposed to be the corner chunk anyway. No, they could just form from here and go into the base. This is a crossable distance. It's likely that they'll do that at some point. Unlike here, where it's pretty unlikely that they'll go around like this. I think this seems more likely. So let's go back to the base and we'll pick up some more equipment. Right, I think we should stop the extra battery production, or at least some of it. It looks like we don't really need it. Okay. So, yes, request a chest. Back over here. Let's do another 5. And we'll also add a corner. They probably should be crafting a lot of these things. And we should probably automate him even more, probably. Pretty expensive. I think that'll do for now. Okay, seems mostly complete. We'll wait a little bit for the bots to bring us some stuff. "69 underground biters." Oh, of course. Why not? Okay, 29 free landfill. I'll take it. 30, 40, 50, 60 free landfill. Sure. I don't mind. Okay, it looks like we don't really need to carry the ammo like that. It is got to take that out. Okay. Two more satellites, so that should be the last 2 rockets. And with that we can get mining productivity and 1 more damage upgrade. That's we're probably gonna try to ride it out on those upgrades. That's probably gonna be all the tactical research, and I suppose we'll add the missing text on the back of it. See, final 2 rockets. Let's enjoy it. Yeah, I'm researching braking force just in case I need to, you know, build some trains. No, the trains don't do anything here. The problem is, if anything is outside my walls, it's gonna get attacked, even if it's trains or rails. So it doesn't help me in general to build rails. I might as well just build a belt if I mean, belts are cheaper than rails. If they're yellow, at least. And belts never gridlock, belts don't require fuel, belts don't require like tons of chests and inserters to get drawn empty and fill up and stuff. And most importantly, belts don't kill you. A fact that is often overlooked when considering belts versus rails. But belts are pretty safe, I would say, to use. Alright. 5.2k science should be enough to get 6.5k researched, including what is in the labs. I did pick up the chests, right? Yeah, we did pick up the chests, so one more trip to the far lands. Okay, this is gonna be... never repaired ever. Hopefully. All right. Is this the... what is the line? I don't know what the line is. Perfect moment to do this. I was supposed to be there. So one chunk back, it should be in this chunk. Okay, I guess we'll do that. Perfect timing. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of that. It's gonna change. Alright, protect against underground attacks from that side. That's pretty sweet. Pick up those two chests again. I'm just gonna leave a lot of the things I think will be losing. All rails for sure. All right. The ammo belt, I guess. We'll have to manually route that to go this way for now. Alright, the tank on the belt is doing its thing still. So now we'll just have to loop it around the corner. Well, it's gonna go the same as this stuff over here. And then we'll turn it around. Alright, and they don't have a storage chest right now. Okay, 152 bots. How many roboports are in this network? 11. So that's at least 225 bots. I guess we'll go for 500 to start off. All of that is complete. And then we'll grab 2 more storage chests. Half of the stuff. So 1/2 goes in here. Okay, that's rails. And the other half then somewhere in here or something. Okay. That's better. Might be part of the final wall already for this section of the base at least. Yeah, make that landfill for me, guys. Come on. You know you want to give me that sweet, sweet landfill for free. Yeah, okay, I think I'm happy with that. Uranium fully protected. I think that is probably gonna be it then for today's stream. I think the well, we'll get the last stack in line still. Let's get this one. 2 seconds. Come on. Breaking Force 7 on the way, so we can finally fit the full tech tree in there. Every single tech in the game is now in the queue. And I think it's about the order we want to research them in. We might well just want to get started on the useful stuff. Yeah, something like that. We'll save here. That's not too bad of a progress. We had our first official nuke strike. I'm afraid the entire map is gonna look very dotted with millennial grey colors everywhere like this. Monochromatic. The entire map is become monochromatic. I think. We claimed the new uranium. I think the main idea for next stream is going to be then to start mining it, which is not as simple as just placing some drills. We will need to basically set up a new oil. This is now full, I noticed. So this is just feeding the flamethrowers for the moment. We can probably just start turning this into sulfuric acid. Which is basically only iron. It's just sulfur and we can crack everything down to petroleum gas, add water, make sulfur, and then we just need a little bit of iron for the sulfuric acid, which we just might be able to sneak like right here from the patch. But like, I don't know, maybe even just a single furnace making iron plates is already good enough. But we are gonna need a lot of sulfuric acid in order to mine quickly. We'll see, some of we probably want to... Do we want productivity? I'm not sure about it yet, but maybe on the richer parts of the patch we want maximum speed. And then around the edges we can do productivity, because these will probably get mined out completely, so it will make sense to produce extra ore from that. But these will probably not run out before the end of the playthrough. So putting productivity modules in here will do absolutely nothing except decrease the amount of uranium you have access to. If you don't mine it out fully, it doesn't really matter to put productivity in there. So yeah, it was pretty easy to expand using the nukes, especially with the coin and the extra damage. One of the other things we need to do is we need to set ourselves limits. Let's check. This is the corner of the base now. Yeah, so that chunk is the border chunk. Let's see how far terrain has been generated. I've been outside of this area a little bit, but it takes time to generate map as well. Okay, so we have not generated terrain outside of these chunks, barely. This is all the terrain that exists right now. So that is also the width of the band that we need to take out with remotely operated Spidertrons and actual nukes. If we stick to this base size at least. Yeah, we're gonna have to have a think about that. But you know, since this is like a water bridge and there is... It appears that this entire area is separated by water. So if we take out like this section of the map over here, we can then build a wall. Yeah, and this part, I guess. We can build a wall here. And that's enough. That will prevent any biters from getting back into this entire area. I guess we'll build a wall here as well for potential underground biters. I don't know if underground biters can do settle parties or if they can only do attacks. I think they can only do attacks, but that's just a wild guess. Okay, we do have that problem which we were afraid of. That might have been going on for a while already. We can probably see that if we look for how many bots we have been losing over time. Yeah, like that. So this is a normal rate of bot loss, and this is when the biters settle on your walls. We have just lost like 400 bots already while I was talking. Kind of a weird chunk-aligned base is this, man. But yeah, they did settle on the wall right there. think this is also new. Okay, I'm noticing something. Base in this chunk. But not in this chunk where I put the rails, right? Same here, base in this chunk. It grew a little bit. But it seems like they didn't go over here where the rails were. Same for here. This looks like very much bases in these two chunks, which then grew a little bit. Not sure these guys existed already, but probably they did. Oh, we got more than one location going on like that. And this is one of the harder to take out ones. So that all might be part of that revenge attack, revenge settlement parties going on. Okay, so maybe we don't have the end of the stream just yet. Maybe we'll go have a little bit of fun with that. I think it warrants the consumption of another coin. But yeah, that was the main danger of... Probably should make a separate armor to do that kind of shenanigans. That's the main danger of not... I forgot what I wanted to say. I can afford some actual nukes. But I only made 2 so far. I'm gonna consume a coin here. I suppose we will then try to strike even more bases along the entire perimeter once again. I don't know if it will help or if it will only push up evolution. Kind of depends how... This area stayed clear pretty well, right? So it definitely makes sense to take out larger chunks, as long as we don't leave it open infinitely, it seems. So we could try to prepare to clear out some area over here, because we want to expand in that direction as well. But this is, yeah. They haven't broken in. It does look like the oil is interrupted though somewhere. I don't have oil alarms anywhere. Yeah, many of these have run out. Okay. We probably want to put the alarms back in place in that case. Before I reload then, I think I should be able to do this. It's gonna place back some of the missing stuff. We still have a weird connection right here, it seems. That should fix itself if I do this. I think this was where the old copper mine maybe was. Yeah, this was where the old copper mine was. Just want to know if I... Yeah, we do have oil again. We do have oil again if we do that. I think we'll first take out some bases though before we try to deal with that. It's good to know that they are not actually able to break in despite what's been going on here. That is promising. Alright. Get out of the spider. This is going to be higher risk, higher reward kind of shenanigans. We did want some shields in there as well. I think that did us good. On minute 51 we will consume the coin. There we go. I'm gonna save here. It's gonna be a nice outro. Okay, I'm already walking myself into a corner. But this is not the way I wanted to go. Cannot believe we survived that. Let's not mess it up now then. Alright, let's go first go deal with that other corner. Over here on the south side. Let's walk into the valley. Okay, pretty good. I don't want to nuke these, that's free coins. We can nuke these guys here in the back a bit. Oh, these guys are dangerous, they have predictive aim. This is gonna just invoke yet another settle wave. Okay. Real quick. Oh boy. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Okay, maybe we should attempt to fix the oil line first. Now we're gonna get back there pretty soon though. Wait, what? Why am I out of nukes? That doesn't seem right. Is it because I saved? Alright, I think we are looking at a reload anyway. You know. Nothing is getting loaded. We're out of substations, I suppose. And I still have requests on, but I don't know why I lost my ability to nuke right there. Okay, I didn't save it. I didn't save. We should have 1 more minute. Alright. I did consume the coin already here. Let's go back to this one. should have actually placed okay, we have oil again, so that's good. Are we ready then? I think we are. Oh wait, we need to gear up. Right. We'll consume at, I guess we can just we can remember more than one number, right? Okay, Zapper nest. I hate Zapper nests. Oh, I think I got rid of the entire Zapper nest. Sure, let's just walk straight through, why not? Well, that, all things considered, that did go pretty well. Got another one of those. Keep this. Free XP. Okay, I'm gonna make a midpoint save now. Let's not get too close to those addictive worms. A little bit laggy. I think the amount of biters being active on the map like this is getting a little bit into the extremes. I forgot when I consumed the coin. Oh, this is so nice. After all that time. After all that time, I am finally OP in Rampant here. I'm not invincible, that's something different. But I definitely feel the power spike. I can afford to spend a nuke on that single worm right there, why not? We've got infinite ones anyway. I think we're almost out of infinite though. We can make new ones. Alright, that nest is completely gone. So let's call that good. And we'll deal with the consequences next time. 46:30. Alright, so we got a little bit of time left, but I think it was good enough. Maybe I could strike those. What, can I make that? Can I strike those guys? I hate zapper biters. I think we're gonna be in time. Not exactly sure where they are. I think they're pretty far on the left side actually. Not gonna make it. Don't know if that was a hit. It was not. Okay, when does the circle go away? Let's check. Okay, it's still in effect. Okay, 56:49. Okay, we can do it. We can take those guys. I hate zapper biters. Okay, the circle changes color to purple at some point. But it's like 30 seconds or something? 18, 19. I think it's about half a minute now before. Okay, the zapper biters have made a wall, a hole. Alright, that was the last one. Save it there. But we probably will rebuild the wall once more. That's fine. That should be fine as well. This all should be regular. Guess I have to get rid of that corner there as well. So I think this side should probably not be affected, right? Let's check oil. 80 oil. 19 oil, but I think that means it is flowing. If it's between... Oh boy. They just don't give us a break. One does not simply stop playing Factorio, that's true. Either a single worm survived or more likely new settlement. We don't have infinite nuke anymore. Legs back. Me. Laser defense up. Let's just go there. Yeah, they're settling it. Look at that, man. Not even sure we caught. Yeah, this guy is still settling. Alright. The nest is not too bad, but the... Oh boy, this is gonna hurt. Yeah, the nests are not too bad, but the worms on the wall is something we cannot deal with. More settlements. I guess we need to just deal with all these revenge attacks. Those were the settling biters. Okay, we got a great opportunity now to zap this nest. Okay, nice. Let's go back inside the walls. Let's take these guys as well. Okay. We'll go inside to repair. That might be a location we want to check. This is a location we want to check. That's a location we want to check. The entire north area here is a location we want to check. Okay. We just need to make a full perimeter. Anti-expansion system. This is going to be a problem. The more expensive the base gets, the more area there will be settling on my walls like this. It is not good. Oh, I thought I would just zap that in passing. I think that's all the settling biters. More zapper biters. I cannot stand zapper biters. It's mostly their nests I cannot stand. They're just settling right there. While I'm shooting them. I cannot overcome the healing. There's no use. We need to just snipe it. I might be out of... Okay, that required a stupid amount of... juice. I almost got the... telefracked by that biter base. I don't know if that's a thing. We are not too far from being out of ammo. think we got one replacement left. Still have the north side to take care of. This is fine, I guess. That's not too damaging. Yeah, that is. Those two worms there. They are gone. We'll do a second pass on the wall before quitting. Yeah, they're settling like right in front of my eyes. It's probably not gonna stop either. That's far enough away from the walls that I don't really care. I want to go back to this corner because there might be more of those juggernauts settling there. Shouldn't try to be so precise with this, come on. It's an emergency situation. Yeah. I'm gonna die if I go in there, man. It's too strong. Oh, look at that, man. Just trying to snipe a single worm is impossible almost. Worm's still alive there, but it's not a juggernaut anymore. Alright. Is there anything still here? Okay, my rocket launcher doesn't trigger, so probably no. Let's go for pass number 2. I guess we might want to make a save in case I walk into my own flamethrower again. End of stream save is not happening today. We're just streaming for forever now. Do I care? They might be still expanding, so I kinda care. The worm is gone. I cannot stay here. Guess we'll come back. Alright, these guys are still expanding. That's a problem. Okay, we got a worm. There's one more. Guess we can. Have the same resistance, I think, like the juggernauts. Okay, not so trivial to survive the revenge on the nuclear strike. That is for sure. $27 coins, alright, nice. It looks like we're coin positive from all of this stuff. Just gotta keep sniping the bases on the front. Alright, we're losing power with the spider. And from the armor, I think I left one of my fission reactors in a tank somewhere. Alright, I'll accept that settling there. It's not close enough to the wall to care about. Yeah, we just gotta destroy the biters here. I think those are responsible for doing more expanding. Again, it's far enough. That is not far enough though. Who settled that base right there just now? I really don't know how that is working exactly. But I guess the next time we come back there will be a bunch of worms there as well. Whee! Yeah, that was just in time. Then saw that nuclear biter coming from over there. Okay, we have cursed fire. We gotta go fix that. Don't think we can survive that. $28 coins, it's going well. Maybe we should just spend coins. And just keep nuking the biter. Feels like a waste, but how is it a waste if we are at a net positive every time? My battery is empty though, so that's an issue. Let's check this corner. There's another settling group, I think. Let's go zap him. Oh, but there's a worm there as well. I didn't see that guy. That's bad. Okay, we gotta go back. I'm gonna die. Let's go south a bit before that slams exactly onto the corner again. Got those there to prevent the belt from turning. Alright, 29 coins. That is crazy. That's an obscure amount of. So I cannot really get there. That's a stupid amount of time. You've got a worm. Just doesn't want to die to explosions. Okay, I think the nest is gone. Can we zap this one without getting annihilated? Yes, we can. Okay, spider is looking better. Put more of that in there. That's far enough. Don't overdo it. Don't overdo it. There's one more loop. And hopefully then the biters will have spent most of their points, including the ones they are gaining right now, because I keep shooting at them. Another underground attack coming in diagonally. Okay, it's fine. How is it going on this side? Okay. I think. Where are we missing? too many things in the list. Alright, we got to provide the bots with substations. I forgot about that. Yeah, a little bit of a dumb location. But that bot will get there. Okay, I don't mind getting attacks focused in this area. It looks okay. This does definitely confirm how weak the corners are here. Couldn't get that destroyed. I think the worm is not ideally located there, but sure. Same like these. Probably fine. Again got fire. I think I'll stop in time. But the corners are, yeah, the corners are stupidly weak. Finally, there's no new settlement happening on this corner. Let's say positive. Okay, this is the most stupid way, but that will get some substations in the system. You know. If it was within range. Alright, final loop, I suppose. We'll try to get this front nest here. Alright, got it. Let's actually see how many points they still have left. I think they should have spent all by now. Yeah, okay. Minus 54 points. They got nothing left. Of course, they still will get... They just earn points over time as well, but in general it's looking promising then. For 3 coins using the fallout of last year. Let's get that one worm. I think we got him. Don't think we necessarily is far enough away to not care about it. Alright, does this finally mean we're done? Might mean we are finally done. I think this is normal pollution based attack. Yeah, okay, that's a normal pollution-based attack group. Ouch. Okay, let's stop. 30 coins. We've officially got 2.5 hours of infinite nukes. I think we are set. Given the amount of damage we have been doing with the first amount. And again, one of those groups just took down the entire corner. We gotta get that corner on the water sooner rather than later. Or we will have to design a better corner. We can get some extra supplies on the front here. And some extra robots with extra bots, I suppose. I will just give that to the network, that will get built. And then we'll call it. Alright, that's gonna get picked up. Oh boy, it's not over yet. Yeah, a lot of this area it has gotten settled again at least a little bit. But not all of it. Here it went pretty well. This just was free all the time for some reason. I think this is new. Is it? It might be new. Yeah, these guys are like too organized around the nest. This is for sure a new one. Look at that. For sure a new nest. Alright. So. Third time's a charm. End of stream save. For sure this time. But I'm not sure we're going to be able to hold this. We kinda have to. We kinda have to. The revenge attacks will come from the... I guess doing this sooner rather than later. We're already too late perhaps, but doing this sooner rather than later is better because the biters in the revenge attacks will be on average lower level if we do this sooner. And I guess all of the effects will be less bad when we do it sooner, due to the evolution factor being slightly lower when we start doing the stuff. In general, I don't know. I mean, how do we even organize that? I think we might... Do we need a second line of defense? In case the first one gets breached? Do we just need even more laser turrets, like behind what we already have right now? That would be ludicrous. I mean, this would not even reach the... Gotta keep the tank belt clear as well. So we cannot really put it here. Unless we put the tank belt even further back. Yeah, we can fit one more line of laser turrets behind there. It's starting to look a little bit ridiculous though. But this corner has definitely seen the most losses out of all of the area. So we're just gonna hope that the calm has returned. And build base. I think build base is the next thing to do. We're gonna start... We need uranium. We need to start uranium mining here. So we need the oil, sulfuric acid, and so on and so on. And probably a bunch more centrifuges as well. Hopefully taking out these biter bases wasn't completely in vain, because we did push the evolution factor higher for sure. Yeah, we're now at 45% spawner kills. I think this was like 35%ish when we started. And this is from like over 50 hours of time and pollution progress, where it's shifting the balance in just a single strike here. Broken belt on the new uranium mine? Probably I didn't. Ah, this... Like a tank is stuck behind the tree there. We'll get stuck on that tree as well. Okay, let's load the end of stream save then. Because that we need to do that. Alright. Let's take that. Alright, wheel one more time. I'm gonna paste these corners as they should be. Ah, this broken belt. No, I didn't. That's probably... It's not missing, okay. Landfill farm here as well, looks like. Okay, we can sometimes hover over this. If these turrets have dealt any damage, that means we got an underground attack from there. I'm gonna have to pick that up manually at some point. I might make a blueprint of the entire wall. So we can put it back more easily. There was a lot of stuff missing there. And these guys are the problem, man. Still getting absolutely wrecked. In more than a single location. Alright, we'll actually place those heat pipes instead of keeping them like ghosts. Oh, this is not gonna end well either. If those are juggernauts. Everything here is already on the verge of breaking. 69 biters again. Oh, it's juggernauts. They just melt. They just melt everything. Just look at that. It is just insane. Right, I guess that's what they do when they are unsettling like our walls. They are just attacking much more fiercely. There's not much we can do against that, I suppose. It seems relatively calm now. We're just gonna hope that it holds. Alright. 477. That sounds like a good number. I almost believe myself now when I type it. Okay. I'm just not gonna look anymore on the map, right? I'm just gonna stand in this corner. And you can enjoy the biters ripping my base to pieces in the outro. If they cooperate this time, they only attack me when we're not looking, perhaps. And that's gonna be it for today. Consider building a landfill farm. I don't know how I would be able to better build a landfill farm than we already have right now. I guess technically we could indeed cross some water. Just make the biters path onto the water and yeah. Maybe we could do that. We could do that here as well, actually. Just putting a thin strip of landfill on there. And they'll path over it and make more landfill like that, I suppose. That could be a thing. We'll think about it. Yeah, right. Just described how. Oh yeah, I guess that's the same method. Why is there a fifth? Okay, it's landfill. Okay, my heart was jumping again. 58 stuff missing. Where? What? How? Sounds serious. But we're fine. Of course, the biters are not attacking us in the outro, so I guess we're not gonna have a long one. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Thanks everybody for watching. I'm really gonna go. I hope you enjoyed this and see you all next time.